Let's do it. Let's find out what weapon we're going to be using for the 5th run, gentlemen. 5th run. Inseparable Sword. Oh boy. Inseparable Sword. Gentlemen, Inseparable Sword is a very long to get weapon. And I might be screwed out of it already. Okay, hold on. Let me figure out how I'm supposed to get this. Inseparable Sword. Okay. We got to get this weapon before we go for new game +4, playthrough 5. So that we're ready to go. D doesn't drop this weapon. So here's the thing. I need to give let me think. Because this is related to Fia's questline. Let me see if I need to figure this out. Okay, so Prince of Death's throne after giving D's brother D's twinned armor. Additionally, Fia can be killed here, and after resting at a site of grace, the sword will appear along with D and Fia's armor sets. Okay, so I think, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure we're locked out of doing D's and Fia's quest at this point, because, the Erd tree is burning. So Fia isn't here, and D isn't here. Right, like, nobody's here. Oh, wait, hold on. Is D's armor going to be here? No way, right? Oh my god, it is. Okay. Well, okay, never mind. Alright, in that case, that makes things substantially easier. I just need to go give this armor to D's brother. No problem. All right, that's great news. Let's go make our way into the basement. I also need to update my title. Hold on. Let me do that right quick. Okay, let's turn this on. We are on the Inseparable Sword. This is number 5 out of 447. Beautiful. Gonna make it a teeny tiny bit smaller. Okay. And let's go update titles right quick. Inseparable Sword. 5 out of 447. Alright, everything's all nice and updated. Okay, and we've got a hole to go jump into. Let's go do it. Where is the jump down? There it is. Sneaky D-Beaky. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. And then I can, of course, dual wield this if I want. If I want to get a second one during the playthrough, but I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to. All right. I don't have to kill... No, I do have to kill Mimicked here. Okay, that's fine. Wonder what the first power stanced weapon will be. It was the Rotten Great Axe. Already did it. Okay, I'm gonna save my theory crafting and talking about Inseparable Sword for when we properly start the run. Because I'm reading the wiki entry on it right now. I also had a thought. I had a thought that maybe I should be, since I'm so thoroughly trying to enjoy the experience of every single weapon in Elden Ring. Maybe I should read the item description of each weapon as I do it. I feel like that's a cool thing. All right. Should be the only thing we have to kill with run number 4's weapon. The Rotten Great Axe, as we're rounding out run number 4 and going into run number 5. What a weapon. What an absolute weapon. What an absolute weapon, I tell you, gents. Okay, don't have to stop by, don't have to grab anything. I just got to go talk to Dee's brother. Will Run 5 be the first run with no DLC dip? I mean, shit, we'll find out, man. I haven't thought about it yet. There's a chance. Inseparable Sword is somber? Question mark? I'm not sure. Somber with Sacred Blade. All right, cool. Somber means no changing the Ash of War, but yes, it does come with Sacred Blade. But hold on, you're baiting me into talking about this weapon when I don't want to talk about it yet. We're talking about it when we start the run. We're just collecting it right now. But this is where you collect it. You got to get Dee's armor. It's a tough weapon to get. Gotta get Dee's armor. You gotta give it to Dee's brother right here. And then, upon quitting out, he should be hostile. Well, he's not here. Where did he go? Where is he? You have to fight Gargs? Really? Alright. I'll go kill Gargs. I didn't think that was part of this. Alright, let's go kill Gargs. I think first Garg's kill of this save file. And they're getting absolutely worked. Wait, do I have to go all the way to Fia? I thought he was just hostile right there. Oh, fuck. All right. Wait, really? All right. Well, I guess I didn't need to kill Gargs. Well, hold on. This says, if you kill D when he appears in Limgrave, which I didn't do, allows you to give his armor to his brother in Schiefer Aqueduct, and after reloading the area, the brother will be hostile. Okay, so I gave him the armor, then reloaded the area. But I guess because Fia's questline has progressed, Dee's brother went to this arena. Okay. So I guess this is actually quite the journey that we have to go on here. What am I leveling? I don't remember. Couldn't tell you. What do I want? That seems right. Oh, dude, I have to go... Oh my goodness, I have to go get Curse Mark of Death. Holy... Alright, yeah, this is gonna be a journey, dude. Journey to get this sword. Alright, that's great. Time for a Fia's Champions experience. Alright, bro don't know how to dodge. Okay, so Fia shows up here. I need to kill Fortisax first. Watch, he does all this and man is just back at Garg's. He's not gonna be. Oh, damn it, dude. I didn't light the Grace over here. He's not gonna be over there. I already know he's not. Oh! Wait, this is huge. This is huge. I don't know why I have Loretta dead on this playthrough, but I do. The fuck does beating the game with every weapon even mean? Please elaborate. Some of you are just bad at reading. So I'm gonna do a playthrough with every weapon. I did it for Chilling Mist. Gonna do a playthrough with every weapon. So that means 447 playthroughs with one of the 447 weapons. I do a playthrough with a weapon, and I beat the game. And then I do a playthrough with the next weapon, and I beat the game. All right. So we have to do Ronnie's quest because we need to get the Curse Mark of Death, because we need to kill Fortisax, because that is, at this point, a necessary step to complete Dee's quest to get the Inseparable Sword. So, that's currently what we're doing.
I don't know what, but since I ask,
I reside in my own asshole.
You've defeated a grand pleasure, Carian.
Beef Squad, thank you for the 3 years. Okay. So, now we can go to... where's the map for this place? I need to get the map for this place. Gentlemen, I haven't picked up maps in so long. Is it right here? I think this is a bell bearing. I didn't light any graces. Where is the map? Is the map down below? It must be. Yeah, I don't think I have a map up here. Ow. And I haven't had any reason to go to Schiefer yet. Inseparable Sword. I like that we've been rolling some more obscure weapons. I think we've also been getting a little bit lucky. Because we've had a Great Hammer and a Colossal Weapon so far. Which, both of those are very strong. Super strong. Great sort of Radon Light incoming next round, next roll. Can you imagine? I don't need to go to DLC and then it rolls Radon's Remembrance. That'd be crazy. Okay. Let us go get our key item that we need to get over here. Like that skip. Okay, that's Finger Slayer Blade. Now she'll give us our idol, and then we can go get Curse Mark.
Not blood. Even in my, it is in thy my thank soon.
Okay. Yeah, Fortisex is always just quite the journey. Technically, it's possible to get this weapon without killing Fortisex, but not at this point of the playthrough. So, I have to kill Fortisex. Lopter. Big Lopter. Puppy Alice, thank you for the tier 1. I very specifically am not doing extra prep because I want to have things to do on future playthroughs. That's been the case the whole time with this run. I know I can also think of many things I could do to make this all more efficient. The most efficient thing would be to just get everything and then do these playthroughs, but I'm not going to do that because that would be... Say it with me, chat. If we think about it for half of a second, that would be... Come on, let's say it. That would be... boring. All right. Mr. Mars, thank you for the prime. All right. Okay, we're almost there. We've got one item to pick up, one boss to kill, and then one NPC to kill. That's all we need to do. Okay. Any weapons I want to say for New Game Plus 7 and beyond? That'll be almost all of them. But, no, I don't care. Not my choice. That's up to the wheel. Although, I'll probably... there's Curse Mark, by the way. That's the item we need. I will probably, when Tarnished Edition releases, specifically do the new weapons at that time. And, forego the wheel in favor of doing the new thing. Sophia, let me go. Okay. Okay, that's all we needed to hear from her. And then we need to get rid of the Baldekin's Blessing. Okay. All right, let's do it. This is the boss we need to do. Holy damage. I suppose I should probably... Oh, uh-oh. Okay. Skill issue on Fortisax's part, honestly. Good job, Jens. Well done. Okay. Now, I collect the Mending Rune of the Death Prince. And I believe...
Prince of Death.
Yeah.
Take a good long look. See the wrath of the Golden Order, the Order's justice writ in blood. This is what's become
Do I kill him?
a precious witch. Naught but
Hold on.
expired meat and bone. This is a proper death, O Prince. Look at this rotten whore. No more
Kill him?
children
All right.
can be got from this useless flesh.
Alright. And gentlemen, this has got to be one of the most convoluted weapons to get. There is the Inseparable Sword. Now let's go do our playthrough with it. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Inseparable Sword. Maybe I should go respec too, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, damn it, dude. Do I need a respec? Yeah. I need a respec. Alright, hold on. Not yet. We need a respec. Okay, we're still on playthrough 4. Still on playthrough 4, getting through it. I have to kill Rolana for mostly every run to respec. I'll have to kill her to respec sometimes, that's for sure. Mostly every run is a little bit ambitious. Hello, Moongrum. Ow. Goodbye, Moongrum. Damn it, dude, I gotta pee. Alright, hold on. Let's get everything set up, and then I'm gonna pee, and then we'll do our playthrough, alright? Alright, let's do this. Holy. Alright, that's what we're looking for. Goodbye.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence he hides.
Okay.
And light.
Now, let's take a peek.
Come out, say I.
Inseparable Sword
To be better born.
scales primarily with faith. Kinda crazy. Faith, and then strength and dex. Let's go pull up a weapon AR calculator. Whoops. And we want to see Inseparable Sword. So, even strength and dex scaling, but of course strength gets double scaling, or not double, but 1.5x because of two-handing. So, what should we do about that?
Is it thy to become? No.
Let's start with standard Vig at 60. Then Faith, I mean, at this point, with our current character level, should probably go all the way to 99. And then I could see this going 54. And then have some dump into Dex. But here's the thing. I want some endurance as well, right? That's the thing, right? How much endurance do I want? I probably need a pretty good amount. So maybe I just go to like 20 Dex and then I take endurance to... Well, okay, let's just round it out. Let's just do it like this. And then for the whole playthrough, we're going to be leveling Dex. That's how we'll do this, all right? That's how we'll do this. Works for me. Okay. Now, let's go to the Table of Lost Grace. Like I said, I need to go take a pee right quick. And then we will get the playthrough started. Why can I not wield it? What's going on? Requires 18 Dex. That's lovely. All right, hold on. Dude, I gotta pee so bad. Gotta pee so bad. Isn't level 80 the cap? Yeah, that's why you can take it up to 99, because the scaling stops at level 80. That's how that works. Let's do it. Journey number 5. Let's start it out. Oh, damn it. I forgot to upgrade it. It doesn't matter. I have to go to EG anyway. Okay. So, Inseparable Sword is a somber greatsword that comes with Sacred Blade. Sacred Blade is every Deathrite bird killer's favorite tool. It makes you do double damage to undead enemies, in addition to a holy damage buff. It's super, ultra, mega, duper strong against anything undead. Just the Ash of War by itself. In addition to that, Inseparable Sword does 20% extra damage to undead, just by default, by being Inseparable Sword. Anything else unique? Nothing like super out of the ordinary with this weapon, other than the fact that it is very heavily focused on holy damage. which is not often the case with split damage weapons. It's the element, the element is usually like secondary to the physical damage, but that's not the case with this one. So yeah, it's a wholly damage focused greatsword. Really good against undead things. And yeah, let's start thinking about how we want to build this. I think this isn't going to shock anybody that we're going to spec into this holy damage idea. So we're probably going to be going for, you know, Sacred Scorpion Charm and then Holy Damage tier. Then, in addition to that, probably some pretty generic greatsword style buffs. The thing about greatswords is we've been getting a lot of multi-hit weapons. We've been getting a lot of weapons that are more favorable for multi-hit. But greatswords, as a weapon class, very much so like charged attacks. So, this is going to be much more of a charged attack-centric build. I think we're going to have Axe Tally on. And then I'm trying to think if there's like anything specialized that we would like to go for with this. Because, yeah, I mean, if we're doing a greatsword charge attack build, we're looking at two-hand sword talisman. We're looking at axe talisman. We're looking at probably ritual sword. Blade of Mercy. I mean, there's maybe an argument for it. You know, if you're doing charged attacks and you're getting ripostes often, I could see an argument for it. You know what? Sure. Let's go for it. Because the idea is to get stance breaks pretty often. So yeah, let's go Blade of Mercy. And then this slot will get filled in by Sacred Scorpion Charm eventually. Alright. Now help me out here, chat. Is there going to be any specialized armor that we think might be good with his weapon? I don't think so. Nothing's coming to my mind. Nothing's coming to my mind. Which kind of leaves like Rakshasa if you want extra damage, or just like a big fat armor set if you want defense. You know? Looks like we're probably going to be doing a little 50-50 action so that we stay mid-load. Sure. You know what? We can rock D's armor. The twinned armor. For the love of the game. It's good looking armor. Is this optimal? No. But it looks cool. Letta's armor is usually like a pretty universal good option. Because it makes it so that every time you do a rolling attack, it's better. But honestly, I'm not sure I'm actually going to end up doing very many rolling attacks. Sprinting attacks I could do. Yeah, Letta's armor is kind of like a universally good thing. It's just like not great here because of how greatswords are. Greatswords are really charged R2 weapons. There's not a whole lot else that you're thinking about doing with greatswords. Okay, so let's finish setting up the physic. Yeah, leather armor buff sprint attacks and rolling attacks.
To determine if you have. It seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering. Let my hand.
All right, let's get round table access, and then, yeah, I mean, truthfully, there isn't, like, a ton of build crafting to do with this weapon. It kind of just is what it is. Two-handed charged attack greatsword that is really good against undead things. That's, I mean, that's the whole synopsis, honestly. That's honestly the whole synopsis. And yeah, of course, it is a somber weapon. There's substantially less decisions to make with somber weapons compared to smithing weapons, just because attunements and choices of Ash of War make a pretty big difference into what you're going for and why you're going for it. But we're starting this run out by getting our upgrade mats. This is also going to be a run that I get the Somber Bell-Bearing 1 and 2 so that I don't have to be going to EG every time. Also has a rare R1 chain. Yeah, I suppose I should also be inspecting moveset of each of the weapons as we go. Maybe I should go do a little retroactive show off right now, man. And then we can continue that. We can continue that going into the future. Because yeah, every unique aspect of the weapon should probably be looked at. But yeah, let's do that right quick before we upgrade. So of course this is generic Sacred Blade on this weapon. That works like every Sacred Blade. Two-hand, we've got the very standard charged R2 greatsword moveset. This is bread and butter for sure. Let's put it over here. That looks like normal charged R2s for greatswords to me, when one-handed. And then this is the unique and strange R1 chain on this sword. Not very common. Now, of course, it's a greatsword, so you don't really see this chain very often. But it's there, and it's unique, and it's different. So that's cool. That's very cool. For completion's sake, we can go back through and look at the movesets of the other weapons that we were doing. Sword of Saint Trina. This is normal R1s and R2s. Nothing of note here. We got 3 other weapons to go look at. Great Mace, Great Hammer, standard R1 moveset. This is the moveset that you would normally be doing. Standard charged R2 moveset. Again, same one-handed. Okay. A Rotten Great Axe. This is a colossal weapon, colossal axe moveset. Of course, the main move that you're focusing on here is the crouch R1s. And then finally, what's the last weapon? Ah, yes, of course, the Visage Shield. Great Shield. Where the main focus is, of course, the Ash of War. And in that same completionist vein, gentlemen, I think we should read the item descriptions. Visage Shield says, tricksome bronze shield depicting the face of a fire giant. Several tongues leap from its open mouth. The dreadful visage and burning flames are designed to remind one of the horror of facing a fire giant. In other words, the shield has an instructional function. Glorious. Rotten Great Axe says, Great Axe designed for gladiatorial combat, now festering with scarlet rot, used by duelists who were exiled from the Colosseum. Great Mace says, huge bludgeon with sharp protrusions, an enlarged version of its smaller cousin, maintains all the advantages of smaller bludgeons, boasting few deficiencies while being very capable at breaking enemy guards and stances. A shrewd choice for simple slugging matches. It's true. Listen, great hammers are an excellent weapon class. They're really good weapon class. Then Sword of St. Trina says, Silver Sword carried by clerics of St. Trina inflicts sleep ailment upon foes. St. Trina is an enigmatic figure. Some say she is a comely young girl. Others are sure he is a boy. The only certainty is that their appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. Oh, mysterious. Then finally, today's weapon, Inseparable Sword. Sword forged by compounding silver and gold, a sacred weapon to hunt those who live in death. Deals holy damage. The Inseparable twins found solace in the Golden Order, the only institution not to revile them as accursed beings. Okay. Gentlemen. I need runes. I'm going to have to pop a Memby here. I don't really like popping Membys, but I got to pop a Memby.
I am an old soul, perhaps.
All right, let's do it. Okay, there's our plus 10 Inseparable Sword. And we've got very, very simple setup in front of us. We've got the very like default standard charged R2 two-handing setup here. I didn't do the physic yet. Let me actually do the physic. With the only adjustment being we're adding, on top of the spike cracked here, we're adding the Holy Shroud and cracked here. And then to our Talisman roster, we're going to be adding Sacred Scorpion Charm. But honestly, truthfully, I don't even know if that's going to be a great idea. I don't know. It might be. Because, like, obviously the way that this weapon scaling works, it's going to favor holy damage. And then Sacred Blade is going to add holy damage. So Sacred Scorpion Charm is probably going to be applying to, like, a solid, like, 70% of our damage. You know? Help me. I'm stuck. Yeah, I mean, this is not super surprising. There's not a ton of like unique or special gear to work with this. I would say the unique and special thing about this weapon is that it's really good against undead things. So we'll probably have to make sure to show that off and take advantage of that. But the thing is, if you slap Sacred Blade on just about any regular smithing weapon, it becomes really good against undead things. However, I think if you had to choose one particular weapon to put at the top of the mountain as good at killing undead things, it would probably be this one. Because of the unique buff that it has to deal 20% extra damage to all undead type enemies. Would offhanding a Sacred Order weapon make sense for a build like this? Hold on. We gotta kill Anastasia and get our Sacred Scorpion Charm. Alright, very nice. So offhand Sacred Order, that functions kind of like an aura buff, right? Or how, what's the idea here? That it causes me to do more holy damage? Is that the idea? I'm not seeing the vision. Yeah, the undead buffs that you can apply to your character are very, like, it's very possible to stack a bunch of them. But putting more undead buffs is oftentimes, like, super unnecessary. Because as it stands, let's slap on Sacred Scorpion Charm, by the way. As it stands, this thing's already going to be a Deathbird killing machine. You know? Won't need much help. Okay, as far as Great Runes go, probably going to do Radon. And then probably going to do Renala. And yeah, I mean, unless our next roll is something that requires a ton of prep, this should be a damn near close to any % run. Because I got pretty much my full ideal setup for this weapon ready to go. There's nothing super crazy to build for here. Unless we come up with something along the way. But this is, as chat said earlier, the oh boy, somber weapon experience, right? You get the weapon, you put the stuff that works with it, and you're done. It's never really that complicated. Alright, can I do the Selly skip, please? Thank you. Oh, we'll absolutely be killing some undead bosses as we go here. Because at the end of the day, that is really the gimmick of this weapon. This is an undead boss slayer. Use Spear Talisman on this. Has some thrust. Definitely not worth it. What kind of pierce damage is it even going to have? None of that is pierce damage. The charged R2 moveset is not going to be pierce damage. Is it because you're reading this and it says standard pierce? What that means in a vast majority of cases, chat, is it means some of the moves do standard damage and some of the moves do pierce damage, but the heuristic here is almost always when a weapon says it does X damage / pierce damage, that almost always means it doesn't do pierce damage. It only does it on riposts. So this weapon's not going to be doing pierce damage in any of its moves. And then here's the thing about Spirit Talisman on top of that. It's only going to apply to the pierce damage that you do. And as you can see, our physical damage is less than half, because more than half of our damage is holy damage. So if our move does have pierce damage to it, it's gonna the pierce damage portion of our damage is gonna be less than half, just right off rip. Then in addition to that, for Spirit Talisman to do anything, I would need to be getting a counter hit, which means hitting the enemy while they're in the middle of their attack, while also doing pierce damage. And then that would cause the counter hit to do 15% more damage. So, you know, all things taken into consideration, even if this weapon did do pierce damage, I can't teleport. Even if this weapon did do pierce damage, that talisman would be a effective, like, 1% buff, because you wouldn't be getting its effect every hit, and when you did get its effect, it wouldn't be applying to all your damage. So it's just not good. Okay. Let's get our first Great Rune done by doing Big Man Radon. MLTW Knight, thank you for the membership. What is one of your favorite weapons in the game? By the way, 30 months is crazy. I don't know, man. You'll have to wait until I finish this run up. I always get asked what my favorites and least favorites are, and I never really have an answer because I kind of just like playing the game. But this will be how I rank the strength of weapons. So I'll have answers for those questions whenever I finish this up. Okay, let's see how this goes. Of course, obviously, this weapon, its whole idea is strength against undead things. Radon is not an undead thing. However, we still get to do our buffs and our charged attacks. And we get to one-phase them. That's nice. At the end of the day, this moveset's still pretty decent and still works really well with charged attack stuff. You know? I do gotta say, I'm not convinced Blade of Mercy is going to do more for us than Ritual Sword here, though. So I'm going to swap it out. Okay, second remembrance is going to be Renala. And then, like I said, I also got to remember to get Somber Bellbearing 1 and 2 on this run, because I would like to have them at Round Table instead of needing to go to EG. So yeah, we've got a couple side quests to go for with this weapon. We're going to take out an undead enemy at some point. We're going to get our Somber Bellbearings. But, you know, all things considered, this should be a pretty clean, quick, and easy run. Still a great sword by default, at least C tier. Well, You know, the way that this greatsword is specialized into being holy damage first, undead, that's gonna have drawbacks. Holy damage is not great against mainline base game bosses. So having a greatsword spec'd into that won't make it the best weapon for beating mainline base game bosses. You know? Like, it's gonna be a legit drawback. Buffs allowed? Well, I think using generic buffs like Golden Vow or Flame Grant Me Strength is kind of lazy and boring and not entertaining and pointless, because if you're just raising the floor of every single weapon by 40% so that you can compare every weapon with doing 40% more damage, like what's the point? You know, like that. There's no reason to use generic buffs. If there's something that's like a legitimate unique buff that works uniquely well, that is like an advantage of the weapon, then cool. But like Golden Vow is not an example of that. Flame Grant Me Strength is not an example of that. I don't use standard buffing routines that make just about like 90% of the weapons in the game, if not more, objectively better. Because what's the point? All right. So, of course, Sacred Blade is primarily for taking out undead things, but it still adds flat holy damage to your weapon, so there's no reason not to apply it at the beginning of every fight. All right. Hello, Moongrub. I do need to go get my second Dectus medallion. Although, well, I guess I committed to Dectus medallions this run, when I have been going Abductor Virgins. Goodbye, Moongrub. So do I have 2 blue flasks? I do. I don't need that. Oh, phew. Alright. Let's get our buff applied. And charge attack build. Let's do it. We're going to make sure to jump attack Rennala right off rip here, because she still has hyper armor from her opening move, so she doesn't get flinched. And that way we get an extra punish it. Rennala, I want it. Let me charge attack you. Okay. I don't even know what I'm locking onto here.
Little Rani, my dear,
See you later, big dog.
weave thy night into being.
All right. That's both our great runes.
Where did he flee, my sweetings?
Let's go get some Altus access. This challenge would be great on other FromSoft games. All right, so like I said, this whole playthrough, we've set ourselves up to have 60 Vig, 40 Endurance, 54 Strength, which is 80 when two-handing, and 99 Faith. I'm not sure I've ever seen this menu. That's crazy. All right. We're going to be leveling Dex throughout this playthrough. Focus first on Faith, then Strength because you get a bonus from two-handing, and then finally Dex. That's the leveling strategy for this weapon. Hey guys, look. It's the Ash of War I'm using. No, Godfrey's icon will not work with his weapon. Applying a weapon buff and then doing charged attacks is not using a charged Ash of War. Although I do believe that works for a portion of Dark Moon Greatsword's weapon art charge attacks. I think the projectile gets buffed by Godfrey's icon, but Dark Moon Greatsword is the exception, not the rule here. Because it functions differently. Like, even Dark Moon Greatsword's like, weapon impact won't get buffed by Godfrey's icon.
Welcome, dear customer. Yeah.
All right. This will be our second Dectus medallion, and we can continue zooming through. Gentlemen, today might have to be an eat on stream kind of day. Been using it with Cragblade thinking it did something. Yeah, it does not. Don't use Godfrey's icon for charged attacks. That's for charged Ashes of War, like Marais. All right, I think this one's got a pretty good chance to be fastest run yet. Does it work for Ashes of War that have multiple inputs to complete the move? No. It also doesn't work for hold Ashes of War either. You might think that something like Wild Strikes, and that's maybe not a great example, but you might think Wild Strikes is like charged because you're holding it, but it's not. What's a good example? Somebody give me a good example of a hold Ash of War that could seem like it's a charge Ash of War. I know there's a really good one. It's just not coming to mind. Bloodhound? Not what I was thinking, but no, that does not apply for Godfrey's. Giza's Wheel. That's a great example. Yeah, Giza's Wheel doesn't work with Godfrey's icon because you aren't charging it. You're holding it. Different thing. Now, Godfrey's icon is a super niche talisman. But it's an 18% buff, so it's a really big deal. Prelate's Charge. Yeah, Prelate's Charge is a hold Ash of War, not a charge Ash of War. Although, I believe it has... Prelate's Charge does actually have a built-in endpoint. So it's not exactly a hold Ash of War either, but either way, I don't think it works with Godfrey's icon. Yeah, and I guess like the rule of thumb here is like when you're holding the button, are you already in the animation and it's continuing the attack, or are you like still charging it up, you know? Because if you tap L2 with Marais, it'll go, you know? But if you hold L2 with Marais, it'll go, you know? So that's why it's a charge. Carrying Sovereignty, exactly. Great example. You know? Whereas if you tap it, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, Palm Blast, instead of and get what I'm saying? No, Death's Poker is definitely not charged. Death's Poker is just multi-input, but it's not hold or charged. Listen, it can sometimes be confusing because there's Ashes of War in the game that do different things when you hold L2 versus tap L2, and Godfrey's icon doesn't work with all of those. But if an Ash of War doesn't behave differently if you're holding L2 versus tapping L2, then it definitely doesn't work. You can cut all those out immediately, no problem. Ace Rapier R2 projectile works with Godfrey's? No, that has absolutely nothing to do with its Ash of War. So no. Wall of Sparks and Divine Sex Frost Stomp. Wall of Sparks, Divine Beast, Frost Stomp, and Glintstone Dart are the weird ones to me. All of those have charge, though. They do something different. They charge up when you hold L2. All right, let's regen a little bit. Oh, come on. All right, that works for me. Yeah, nice and clean, dude. Like, listen, of course, this is still a great sword, and it has a weapon buff built into it, which is like a great place to start from. You know? Like most Elden Ring builds, if you're doing any sort of playthrough, honestly, not just a first playthrough, most Elden Ring builds aren't going to be this good. Like, they're not going to start with a weapon that has a good moveset and then a weapon buff that adds damage, you know? So, like, the fundamentals of this weapon are great. However, it's a somber weapon, so there's not a ton of room for it to grow. There's not a ton of optimizations to do. Jack, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, Alexander Shard is not something to use here. It's not good. So it won't apply to the weapon buff that gets put onto my weapon. So like if I press L2 and then I'm attacking with the golden sword, Alexander Shard won't be doing anything. But even if it was doing something and it was only applying to the weapon buff instead of our base damage, that still would not be good. Because the weapon buff is 90 holy AR, I believe. And the sum total of our damage is like 600. So buffing 90 of our AR, spending a whole talisman slot to buff 15% of our damage by 15%, like it's just not good. You want to be buffing all of your damage by 10, 15, 20%. If you buff 10% of your damage by 10%, well, congratulations, you have a 1% buff. You know, it's not worth anything. Certainly not worth a talisman slot. So yeah, this is definitely not a weapon where you'd want to be running Alexander Shard. Okay, dude. Does optimization always trump somber weapons in your list? Well, listen. if I'm ranking weapons, I'm ranking them based off of how they do, based off what I know, you know? I'm not doing this ranking list imagining some hypothetical first playthrough, like, oh, I don't know anything, and it's really helpful that the game has put together a synergistic build for me. You know? I'm doing it based off what I know, and that means that somber weapons usually suffer because there's less customization, so there's less optimization. But that's the story with somber weapons. They have their performance floor is higher, but their performance ceiling is lower. Rusty already did these lists extensively. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize only one person in the world was allowed to have an opinion. Forgive me. Rusty! You'll have to forgive me, Rusty. I dared to have an opinion in your wake. Listen, the methodology that I'm going about this is going to be way different than Rusty's. I can promise you one thing. Vike's War Spear is not going to be the best weapon on my list. I can promise you that. What about jump attacks? This isn't really a weapon that's built for jump attacks. It's not something we'd like to build into. It's going to be Wing of Estelle, surely. Listen, I'm not going to fully pass judgment yet, but I would genuinely be shocked if I placed any somber weapon in S tier. Well, maybe I shouldn't say shocked, but I think it's unlikely that any somber weapon gets placed in S tier. Nice. Oh, don't... Oh, perfect, man. I almost sent him to phase transition. But I farmed just about as much pre-phase transition damage as I could. That was great. Nice. Sword of Night and Flame has a real argument. All right, I'm going to give you a spoiler. Sword of Night and Flame does not have a real argument. It really doesn't. You know, from my experience in the game, I've got a pretty good idea of, like, the range in which every weapon can land. Usually, like, oh, I think that weapon's, like, B tier, but if it's worse than I expect, it's C. If it's better than I expect, it's A, you know? So I've got, like, I've got ideas about where they're all going. But Sword of Night and Flame is not gonna show up in S tier. I can guarantee that. Not even with Renala's cameo. Damage is kind of ridiculous. That is true. Renala's cameo is a huge buff. That they juiced the out of Renala's cameo. A talisman that does 45% extra damage is kind of crazy. All right, you know what? I wasn't thinking about that. I still don't think it will be. But I'll retract what I said. I won't promise that it won't be. All right. My first playthrough was with Falling Star Sex Mom for the second half after... Dude, Jam's you guys over with these emotes. All right. Time for the mountaintops run, gentlemen. I believe I'll take out the... I'll fight the mountaintops Deathbird. We'll do that as at least one of the undead things that we'll kill on this run. Because that one's at least scaled pretty high, and it's not super out of the way, you know? And yeah, you know, with the exact way that we're doing this run, there's going to be some weapons that are better at lower character levels, and they're not really going to get to show that off. Because every weapon, except for the very first weapon that we did, is going to get done at a high character level and high upgrade level. And so weapons that are meant to be like early playthrough ahead of the curve type things, you know, the meteorite staffs of the world, they're going to perform worse on this run than they otherwise would, but also I can do my best to account for that when I'm actually going about the ranking process, because for real, there is something to be said about flat damage buffs. And a weapon like this that has Sacred Blade on it from the start and has a nice flat damage buff is going to perform really well in the early game. Because that flat damage is as good at +0 as it is at +25, and it's as good at rune level 1 as it is at rune level 700. So those flat damage buffs are a much bigger deal early game. And that's going to be super relevant with, like, Sacred Blade here. It's going to be super relevant with the ice lightning weapons, the dragon halberd and the dragon scale katana. I honestly expect both of those to not really be amazing on this run, but one of their biggest benefits, like the ice lightning, is super strong and potent in the early game. When you're not max weapon level, not max character level. Yeah, Dragon Scale Blade has a placement in the game problem. For sure. I'm going to make a tier list type video or something after you use them all, or is this just a fun streaming idea? I mean, I might go through and, like, actually rank every weapon in order whenever I'm done, and realistically probably upload, like, a 5-hour lecture on bushy VODs. But that's not going to be done forever. Wing of Estelle S+ tier or just S tier? You guys keep making up tiers. Like, what is S tier? And why is it not the best available weapon for this very strong, potent strategy? For this strategy that is the best for a good portion of bosses in the game? Like, what is S tier if it's not that? And then, if it is that, how possibly are you making a tier above that? You know? You keep making shit up. Wing of Estelle also is not top tier. It's not in the conversation, I hate to tell you. Capri Sun Poppy, thank you for the Prime. Alright, so this is what this weapon is truly made for. I missed with the whole weapon there. I think it's kind of obvious to see why, right? Like, listen, no buffing routine here. This is just what this weapon does to undead things. I have my standard build that I have on for the whole game. I'm using Physic and Talismans. Physic, Talisman, and the default Ash of War. That's just, like, this weapon is the undead boss killer. With that said, it's not super unique in that, because you can get a pretty similar effect by putting Sacred Blade on just about anything. However, this weapon is better at it. So, like, that's a huge unique advantage of this weapon. Well, I wouldn't say huge unique advantage, but like it does undead things better than anything else. It's not the most relevant thing, but it's a unique advantage. What makes this sword better than like Iron Greatsword with Sacred Blade and Attunement? The fact that it has a unique 20% buff against undead enemies on top of that. I also am willing to bet the scaling value and the base holy damage on this is way higher. Like, listen, this is a somber weapon that is spec'd for killing undead things. You can't change it because it's a somber weapon. So it's gonna be an undead killer no matter what you do. You can't make it turn into a Elden beast killer, you know? But it is the best at killing undead things. How fast does this thing melt through Tibia Mariner? Tibia Mariner, not undead. I know it really seems like it. She's weak to holy. The Mariners are weak to holy, but they're not undead. So you don't get those massive, massive buffs, massive undead buffs. Like you do on Deathbirds and stuff like that. It is true, though, that this weapon, like things with undead killing ashes on them, does stop the skeletons from reviving. So it helps in the fights, for sure. No, come on. Hit his ankle. Ooh. Chunky. Ooh. Nice. Oh, I really wanted to get him before he rolled. Cemetery Shades are undead. They just have so little health that it's hard to tell sometimes. Oh, come on. Charge attack. Oh boy. And no, chat, being, if you listen to what I was saying for S tier, being the best at a strategy does not make you S tier. Being the best at a good strategy makes you S tier. Killing undead things, not the most relevant thing to be the best at. Nice, got an eyeball hit. Being the best at killing undead things is not worthy of being S tier. Especially when the difference between best and second best is truthfully not that wide. Excuse me, fire giant, you're stalling. They're stalling bad. Thank you. CG79, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, I do need to get Somber Bells. All right, we'll go on teeny tiny side quest right now. Whoops. Dude. Hello? Alright, gotta do Celia Crystal Tunnel and the Altis Tunnel. God, the levels are getting so expensive. I missed. Excuse you. All right. Nice and easy little detour. Love to see it. I don't know why I'm picking up seeds. I really don't need to. All right. One more little side quest to accomplish. And then we'll have the bell bearings that we want. All right, gentlemen, like I said, today might have to be an eat-on-stream kind of day. What should I be eating? What should I get? What are we thinking? What are we thinking, gentlemen? Pizza? I had that thought, too. Garlic bread. You want me to... All right, bread. Chinese. I could do some Panda Express, gentlemen. Panda Express is always a good time. Hello. Whoops. All right. Side quest accomplished, gentlemen. That's our little chore for this run. Okay. Let's get headed to Faroum and finish this one out, huh? All right. I'm doing Panda Express. I like it. I'm making the call, gentlemen. I'm making the call.
I have long observed the lands between. This world is in dark.
Pray for good chow mein, gentlemen.
Death.
Pray for me.
Criminal. Are you prepared to commit? Very let my
Pray for me. Perfect. Listen, when the chow mein is just all vegetables, it's not great. But when the chow mein is the right ratio, it's top tier. Way better. Way better than the rice. But chow mein is worse than the rice. Ordering chow mein from Panda Express is just gambling. And gambling is sick. Hello. Goodbye. All right. Godskin Duo. I mean, shit, it's still a great sword at the end of the day, so it's still pretty all right. Can I roll once, man? Go again. Gentlemen, these knights are dickbags. These knights are turbo dickbags. I'll light this grace. All right, let's do this again. All right. Okay. Hey, look at that. I now have 23 decks. Huge. Huge, man. All right, Godskin Duo. How much of a pain in the ass do you want to be today? Probably not that much. If I had to take a guess. Little jump. Little jump. Little jump. Bird never wants to jump. Okay, man. Always such a pain in the ass. You guys know you don't have to layer your attacks directly on top of each other every time, right? Like, you're allowed to, like, chill out for a tiny bit. Okay, dude, I'm stuck. Sacred Blade does have the benefit of being an actual ranged option as well. So it's not impossible for me to do something like that. That misses? That misses this behemoth of a man? What are we talking about here? Like, he's bigger than the room we're standing in. Come here. Nice try, Jens. Very nice try. Okay. Godskin duo, pain in the ass when two of them are alive. Like they always are. But, you know, if you keep one of them dead, it's fine. This weapon does more than enough damage to do that. Which, most weapons at this stage should probably do that. But maybe, you know, we're doing New Game 7 Ivory Sickle. We'll run into a little bit more of an issue. Hello. Ivory Sickle Slander. Ah, yes. True. I guess you're done with the French challenge. Terrible guess. Genuinely no reason to think that. You know what I was doing yesterday? French challenge? Just really, actually, awful guess. I don't know why you would guess that. Doesn't make any sense. Because France got eliminated from the World Cup. I didn't even know that. But get fucked, French people.
Destined death.
Hey, if I won attempt 63, they would have won the World Cup, I'm telling you. That was the moment that sealed their fate. Alright. Beast Clergyman has got some really big holy resist. Which is why our damage numbers are not looking great here. However, we're still using a greatsword, which has a pretty strong moveset. You know? So that's helping. But even still, our damage is pretty bad. All right. Ivory Sickle is a top 447 weapon. Yeah, it's true. All right. We got to pick up one more Somber 10 while we're out here. This weapon is so drippy. It is a pretty nice looking weapon. And I tell you what, in randomizer challenges, this weapon's a huge find. Not French challenge because it's use what you get. But in randomizer challenges, it's a huge find because getting access to Sacred Blade is so big for runs like that. So you love to see this or Sacred Blade or whoops. Or Michelin Knight Sword. You love to see these weapons that come with Sacred Blade built into them. Dude. My ass, man. Can I do this jump? Thank you. Where's the gargoyle? Oh, he's over there. All right. So, in this last little stretch, I expect we're really going to see the downside of a holy spec'd weapon. Not here, though. Should be pretty good here. Alright, I'm not going to hit him with the Sacred Blade. Because I'd rather my first hit be a charge attack. How are we feeling about crouch R1s on a greatsword? You know, that kind of worked pretty good. That might be a good idea.
Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
No, this Chinese food ain't even picked up yet, homie. I did kill a death bird. He died quickly. That's probably why you didn't see it. All right, come here, Godfrey. Let's see what you got. Ow. Dude. Need to be full health. Get that ritual shield. Sword, sorry. Alright, jump R2s on great swords don't work in this fight. I forgot. Jump R1s, they'll work great. Too early. Whoops. All right. That was scuffed on my part. That was quite scuffed on my part. But also, damage doesn't look amazing. Alright, then this is gonna... Oh, actually, we took off Blade of Mercy, but... That's fine. That's gonna build up some nice stance for the Phase 2 here. I maybe could have greeted. We're gonna reapply the weapon buff. I believe his stands may have reset. All right.
Thy strength befits a crown.
Horaloo, you gave it a good effort. You really did. Separated his ass with your sword. Kinky. Alright, Radigan, Elden Beast. big holy resist enemies. Let's see how this goes. Oh boy. Yeah, not phenomenal. You know it's not an amazing Radagon fight if it's not scripted, you know? He has enough scripted moves that you should script it a decent portion of the time. Okay, dude. This ain't good. Really? All right. If you say so. Yeah, Radagon gets his due. You know, I could... this is probably a net positive on the build right here. Swapping out the Scorpion Charm into Blade of Mercy. But, listen, it's no secret that this weapon is not meant for this. What am I doing? Alright, there goes... Dude, drink twice. There goes the Blade of Mercy. That's what we're looking for. Stamina is not great here. He just stands there. Stands there and watches me. Alright, let's go fight Elden Beast, huh? Jesus. Yeah, it's not happy days. It's not happy days when that's what the Radagon fight looks like. This damage looks better, though. Somehow. Why? I don't really know. This damage looks way better, though. Nice. It's a well-timed stagger. Okay, I just want to keep... Elden Beast is right on the edge of a stagger. So... Oh, no! Ah, dude, I wanted to stagger him out of Elden Stars. But I whiffed. That sucks. Nice early roll for the people. Good job, Elden Beast. $1.4 milli. McSkittles, thank you for the tier 1. Okay. Okay. Let's end this out. Let's get our end time for this. 15:15:43. Okay. So, we've got some things to go do. Okay. That was Inseparable Sword. What'd I say? 15:15:43? 2 hours? Okay, our rune level is 231. So we earned a solid 12 levels in that whole playthrough. And we had 6 deaths on this run. Hey, Bushy, I just finished my last round of chemotherapy. Your streams and vids have helped through a ton. Thanks a lot, brother. Well, you're welcome, dude. Thanks so much. Was that your sub message? Why did it not show up on my alert box? I don't know. Well, listen, man, I'm glad it was helpful. I'm happy you're through it. Or yeah, I'm happy chemo hopefully went good for you, buddy. It was after sub just to chat. I see. Congratulations, dude. All right. Hold on. Let's first let me go to title screen here. And then let's talk about this weapon a little bit. We got a little bit of Inseparable Sword ranking to be doing here. So listen, let's start with the positives as I try to find it amongst this list of pictures. It is a great sword. Great swords, by default, are pretty damn good. There it is. Found it. Great swords, by default, are pretty damn good. They've got excellent charged R2 movesets. They do good stance, good damage, super good synergy with charge attack builds. And so they're not the greatest moveset in the game, but they're pretty good. Pretty strong by default. This weapon in particular is a somber weapon that's spec'd entirely into killing undead things. And it pays the price for that. It really does. Because it's not particularly great at anything other than killing undead things. So you take the greatsword moveset, which, like, by default is above average. By default, it's like a B. And then you put it on something that's very specialized at killing undead things. And it lowers it a little bit because it's not very good, like, in general. It's a very specialized weapon, and you can't change that, you know? What's going on? I don't know what's going on here. What's going on? Yeah, go for it, Jam. Absolutely. Okay. Monologue. Hold on. We're monologuing. Yeah, Inseparable Sword. I think it's on the worst end for greatswords. I think it's on the worst end for greatswords, realistically. Because, one, it's somber, so you can't turn it, you can't adjust it into what you need for the fight. Its biggest upside is that it's really good at killing undead things. However, there's so many things in the game that are already incredibly good at killing undead things, so I really am not putting a whole lot of value on that unique upside. Realistically, I think this weapon is a bad greatsword, but greatswords as a weapon class, particularly greatswords that have that charged R2 moveset that Inseparable Sword has, are pretty solid. So I'm in between B and C right now. I'm in between B and C. I think I'm gonna rank it as high C. That's what I'm thinking. Inseparable Sword at high C. That's my thought. I think we're ready to figure out what our next weapon's gonna be. It's not better than Visage Shield? No. 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 Let's spin, gentlemen. Let's spin. Let's do a big boy spin. What are we doing next? Run number 6. What's it gonna be? Oh boy. Heavy crossbow. All right. Run number 6 is going to be the heavy crossbow. Let's go update titles. All right. Okay. Let's, I first need to figure out where the heavy crossbow is from. Because that's the first thing we need to do. Okay. They're from their farmed weapons. Okay, let's go farm it, huh? One of you has to have a crossbow, right? Maybe this guy doesn't. Do you have a crossbow? It doesn't have any suggestion of where to farm it. This might be a 2-streamer. Let's see. Oh. This direction. This is the direction we should go to farm it. Okay, this is going to be my first, this is a pretty reasonable use of, silver pickled fowl feet, by the way. So let's take advantage. Maybe silver horn tender, why not? Up our discovery. It's a good use of it because we can easily cycle back to the Grace instead of needing to port back. Okay. This is going to be the first ranged weapon that we do for one of these. So there's going to be a ton of stuff to go get and figure out. But whatever we do get, and there's a heavy crossbow. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. The stuff that we do get will be useful for all crossbow runs in the future. Not long at all. Nice and easy farm. Okay. Okay, I figure we should probably buy a ton of smithing stones with all these runes that we got right now. Let me try to have a above 100 of all of these. Okay. And then for smithing ones, can I get away with 10 of each of these? Maybe not 10. Not quite 10. Okay. That's fine, though. All right. Heavy crossbow, where are you at? Need to upgrade you. All right, and then after upgrading, we're gonna have a little bit of a think. Can I apply attunements to this thing? I mean, shit, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, man. Okay. Heavy crossbow. No, you can't do the heavy crossbow. All right, we are left with bolts. There is no scaling. So, all right. This will be an experience. This will be quite the experience. Okay. All right. Bolts are what we care about. So, there's yeah. Yeah. There's ways to... Okay, Lord Sworn's bolts do 65 damage instead of 50, so that's nice. I guess. Those are great bolts. All right. Okay. We're gonna have a time here. I tell you what. We spec our towards whatever we're fighting, so we can specialize it, so that's nice. Oh boy. All right. Okay. All right. We're gonna go take a respec right now.
Where did he flee, my is it thy to become?
This one's gonna be... This one might be approaching, like, challenge tier kind of level. Let's see what the requirements are. Oh.
Be not, I would...
So no scaling, so... Yeah, I guess I'll... Well, okay, maybe I don't want a two-hand, because maybe I want to take advantage of something like Jellyfish Shield, so let's make sure we got 14 strength. Okay, and then beyond that, I go here, and I go here. And then I probably get a little bit of this. And then everything else is going to go to Arcane so that when I want to go farm bolts, it goes a little faster. All right? All right. That's our rebirth done. Shouldn't you also have the stats for Jellyfish Shield too then? Well, I didn't think about that. But that sounds like a problem for later me to deal with. Gentlemen, here we go on Journey 6. Here we go on Journey 6. We are doing Heavy Crossbow for this run. I don't expect this one to go easily. So yeah, let's I obviously don't do ranged builds very often. But Arrow's Reach could very well be nice. You know, a DLC trip to get Sharpshooter's Talisman could make sense. However, my hesitation with that is that I have to go all the way to the DLC if I want to do that. You know? That's a big hesitation for me here. All right. Obviously, we're going to go full resist on our build here. We're going full tank mode. Going full tank mode. Now, something like Ritual Sword makes sense to me, because that's going to apply. And then beyond that, like maybe a defensive talisman like Dragon Crest. And then, you know, beyond that, who knows? Who knows, man? Crossbows do benefit from counter damage, so Spear Talisman is a decent idea. However, it'll only apply to the physical portion. So, the Lord Sworn's bolts. Listen. The real question with this weapon is going to be whether or not it makes it out of challenge run tier. You know? That's where the betting line is getting set.
Hey sir, but I can play turning root to aid you. You need O to the foot.
S tier weapon on God. Yeah, you think so, McSkittles? Thank you for the 100. And then Richard, thank you for the 2 gifted. I missed the 2 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, let's brew up a build here, man. We really gotta think something up here. Yeah, for physic tiers, I don't really know, and I think there's a good chance that many of the fights go longer than 3 minutes, so like how much do they really matter? You know? Arrow Sting Talisman is in Limgrave. Is it Arrow Sting or Arrow's Reach? And where's Arrow Sting from? Because we're certainly going to want Arrow Sting, for sure. No doubt. Sting is by Radahn's castle. Yeah, I don't even know where. It shows how often I do crossbow builds, huh? Ranged builds. Alright, so there's the Arrow's Reach. We feel tanky, though. You see that, man? Oof. Oh, Ooh, in the tower next to the Grace. I do actually know where it is. All right, let's go get it. Yeah, all right. Help me out here, Chet. Let's brew up what we think is the optimal build here. So, of course, I'll toss on Arrow's Reach. That'll let me shoot from farther away. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to keep running it. I would like the idea more if we had the sharp shot talisman from the DLC. Because I would be able to free aim from further away and get full damage. No, multi-hit shouldn't work with any of this. Okay, gentlemen, my food did show up. So, once we get this run set up, I do believe it's chow time. Status effects can activate exaltation talismans. Yeah, but those are only going to last for 20 seconds, which, listen, I'm not expecting to be doing very much damage here. That's the big issue. But yeah, rot bolts could absolutely be a play. No doubt about it. Rot and poison become a really attractive status effects when you're not doing a ton of damage, because they do big chunks of damage over time. They're a whole lot less good if you actually do damage and you kill the boss before you can get the full value out of the status effect. You know, I gave myself a bunch of mind because I kind of figured I might have use for blue in some sort of way, but I don't know what that use would be, if I'm being honest. But I got it. This is tough. I don't know if I would rather have my first crossbow show up when I'm like max level, or if I would rather have it show up right now. But either way, it's tough. Yeah, and you know, going elemental bolts and fully speccing into them with the physic and talismans, that's a pretty good idea. I'd be down with that. Sourcing the bolts is gonna... The merchant just passed, sells rot bolts. Surely not infinite rot bolts. Alright, there's Arrow's Sting, gentlemen. There's Arrow's Sting. Sells book for rot bolts. Okay, but those are going to take butterflies, which I do not have an infinite quantity of butterflies. But he does sell infinite bolts, which I do need. All right. I'll pick those up. Okay. Gentlemen, I'm going to go pick up my food right now. Give me a quick second, and then maybe we go look what damage looks like. Now listen. There's no Ashes of War to look for. Listen. Here's the deal. I don't know what the fuck I could put in the physic. I don't think there's much of anything to build for there. If bosses are gonna die in 99 bolts, this won't be too tough. If they're gonna die in more than 99 bolts, it's gonna start getting a tiny bit annoying. You know, so let's go get a gauge for what our damage looks like. Oh! Ow. You know what I actually kind of want here? I want big Crimson Seed Talisman. Ow. Damn it. What? Okay, maybe I shouldn't be going for headshots. Yeah, you know what? I want healing over time. And I want Crimson Seed. That's what I want. But hey, listen, we just stacked 1k damage right there, gentlemen.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
That was a headshot. A little heady. Ow. Listen, like I said, this is going to be a question of whether or not this makes it out of challenge run tier. If this weapon shows up on the bell curve, if this weapon shows up on F tier, that's an overperformance. Because you got to remember, I specifically put in a tier that was dedicated for weapons that you would only use as your primary source of damage on a challenge run. So if this is just a weapon and not a challenge run weapon, that's great news for this guy, I tell you what. I'm not crafting rot bolts because those are going to be finite. I don't want to use those. I don't want to use those unless I need to. That's for the big guns. That ain't for Margit. Hopefully poison bolts are infinite. Do I have to craft them or can I purchase them? Because poison bolts are big. Believe it's only craft. All right, that's fine. All right, yeah, no problem, dude. That was nice and easy. Granted, it's Margit.
I shall remember thee, tarnished, smouldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
You there? Come over. It's
Can purchase infinite blood bolts at merchant in Moog Palace.
but of course.
I mean, that's a play. That's a play right there. The gay.
Forgive me. To see when it seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering very at my hand.
All right. I want Spear Talisman. Chow mein and orange chicken, gentlemen. Sorry, gentlemen. Like I said, I need a chow down. Need to chow down, gentlemen. Northern Limgrave Merchant sells the cookbook for poison bolts. Requires thin beast bones and poison blooms. Poison blooms can be farmed infinitely, and the bones come from the bone bell-bearing one. This is all getting cut. I would hope so, David. Shit. Best of luck, future David. I got a mini challenge run brewing for you. Serpent arrows aren't bolts, they're arrows. That ain't good. We want bolts. Get a bunch of crafting stuff for future bow runs. Nope. We get what we need when we need it. Because, gentlemen, if I just prep it all beforehand, I run out of things to do. Pardon me, think sleep bolts might be necessary for Godskin Duo? No. No. We'll be fine. Godskin Duo at range is not awful. Just gotta find the sweet spot for skinny. Or just kill fatty a bunch of times. What he means to say, Jet, is he likes to keep me on my toes. God forbid he sends me some light work. This guy, man. I feed him 5 runs in a row of me beating the game with a weapon. And he starts complaining the moment I roll a crossbow. Devious. No gratitude out of this guy. All right, so listen. I'm inclined to believe that we probably want to lean towards physical damage bolts because those will get counterattack damage. Magic bolts won't. Magic damage doesn't. It's only pierce damage that gets counter hits. So, yeah, I think that's what we're going for. Done my intro for Inseparable Sword yet? This guy's an intro fiend, man. All right, chat. I'm just gonna keep it 100% candid with you. I don't think we're gonna finish the heavy crossbow run today. I'll do my best to get as far as I can. I don't think I'll finish it. Pretty sure half the swords in the game you use are just going to be square off poise breaking crit builds. You want to take a guess how many weapons square off can go on to? Even if it was the best strategy for all of them, which it won't be. Square off can probably only go on to like 20 weapons. Square off goes on to straight swords, and that's it. Blue Dancer might be good with a pure physical damage strat. Sure as won't. I ain't taking this armor off. Hell no. Okay. We gotta go get poison bolts. Alright, we're going to go poison bolts, and then I'm going to put on Mushroom Crown, because Mushroom Crown's actually a really strong piece of armor. And then it also has the benefit of the poison effect that it does. Then we're also going to need to get the bone peddler's merchant bell bearing, suck my ass, whatever the fuck it's called. And then I think we're actually going to take our first ever trip to Weeping Peninsula.
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck.
Do we want Kindred of Rot for whenever we use poison? You know, it's a question. Talisman slots have more opportunity cost than a helmet does.
Oh, am I? Are you here as a...
Poison Bone Bolt. Give me that. Give me that. Infinite bolts for purchase. Sure, I'll pick up another 2 hundo. I didn't like that, Grace. And then I believe Discovery affects material drop rate or quantity. I think if I have higher Arcane, higher Discovery, it'll mean I get more Poison Bloom. I think. You know, if I'm going to be, like, scrote to scrote with a dude, I don't think I really care about Arrow's reach, I'm going to be honest. Eight poison blooms are in Jarburg? Really? Is that the spot to farm them, or is that a pickup? Because the spot I know to farm them is down here in Weeping. Really? Alright, well, I already made my journey into Weeping, so I'll at least go do the farm that I know at least once. But yeah, if Jarberg got Poison Bloom, then... We've got a pretty solid source of infinite regular bolts and infinite poison bolts without a ton of effort. The other benefit of going down here, though, is that I finally get to pick up this map. But yeah, over here is the spot that I knew to go pick up Poison Bloom. But maybe... maybe I did this because I was doing, like, region locked at some point or something. Because if there's pickups in Jarberg, that would be way faster. All right. Oh, Utkar, thank you for the membership. Appreciate you. Okay, we need to get this bell bearing. This is an important bell bearing to get. Oh, that's all my beast bones. Bernasty, go away.
Name's Bern. Let me ask, are you here? Does your despite takes me any into all I know? Now's the time.
Dude, go away. Brother, can we stop around here?
There. No.
Merry Christmas. God. Alright, so we got the poison. Now we go for regular bolts. Look at the damage, gents. Damn it. I should probably make sure to be... I wanted to be max health. Stop it. Did I put on the spear talisman? I don't think I did. But is spear talisman a good idea? I don't know. Bone Peddler's bell bearing. Nice. Okay. That's a ton of beast bones. Let's go get our poison bloom. Sharp shot talisman is like maybe an idea, but also it sounds like a complete and total nuisance to get. Sounds like a total nuisance to get, and I really don't know how good it's actually going to be. Rattle me bones, matey. All right. So, this is... Yeah, look at that. Poison bloom. This is our poison bloom farm. Okay. That looks like all of it to me. Oh, nope, there's one right there. Okay. Plenty. Absolutely plenty of poison bolts. Nice and sustainable. Can use as many poison bolts as I want to. Can use as many regular bolts as I want to. No problem. Okay. All right, I've got a ton of poison bolts now. Okay. Let's go take on Godric, and then getting access to infinite rot bone bolts would be nice as well. All right. I'm not really sold on Blessed Dew anymore. I kind of expected the damage to be worse. And the damage isn't horrendous. So, I don't think we needed Blessed Do It here. That misses. Whoops. So Godric's wind deflects things. So I got to be aware of that. Already stacked up 3k damage. I'd say this is going great. This is going excellently. He still has poison on him? I didn't know the poison carried over between phases. Look at that big counter hit. Makes you feel like... I mean, I definitely don't need... Dragon Crest Greatshield right now. I can go full damage. Get these counter hits. Alright, doesn't make sense to try to build up more. 387. Yeah, I think 387 is our default regular bolt damage. I'm curious how much our poison bolt is. Oh, not that much lower. Maybe it is much lower. Because maybe I was getting a counter hit. Oh, it's 259 now because I'm not max. But either way, going smooth. Cool. Very cool. That's great rune 1. All right. Okay. So my option is make my way towards Moog right now. I should just go get the blood bolts. For sure. D tier incoming. God, that would be one hell of an overperformance, wouldn't it? No way, right? Surely not. I mean, this is early days. We got to keep in mind. You know, I don't think it's gonna look better than how it looks right now. Oh, damn it, dude. I gotta go all the way to Altus. And invade Magnus. But it is what it is. Gotta do it. Hello. Hello, Mr. Man.
You claim what? My dad, words are truly, I believe, even that's the part. Oh.
Thank you.
To try, and if it,
Okay. I can run from it as much as I want. Still gotta do Celia skip. No avoiding it. Okay. Okay, we're going for Dectus Medallion now, by the way. We need Dectus so that we can go to Altus, so that we can invade Magnus, so that we can progress Vare's quest, so that he gives us the Mohg's Pureblood Knight Medal, so that we can go to Mohg, so that we can talk to the merchant, so that we can get our bird bolts, so that we can have access to bleed on our crossbow for the rest of the game. Sound good? Sick. I tell you what, I gotta imagine we got lucky by not rolling a ranged weapon on first playthrough. I think first playthrough would have been substantially slower than 6th playthrough or 2nd playthrough would be, or 200th playthrough would be. So I'm glad that it wasn't the first weapon that we rolled. Yeah, dude, honestly, I don't know if Sharpshot Talisman's actually going to be worth it. Because it's not a huge buff, and I feel like I actually have talismans that are doing things for me. And I would have to go all the way to the DLC to get it. And I'm not convinced that I would even use it. Because, like, listen, it could replace Kindred of Rots, but, you know, at that point where we're taking away this, like, temporary 20% buff that I get in favor of needing to manually aim and hit headshots in order to get the buff from the Sharpshot Talisman. I mean, maybe if I was playing like keyboard and mouse, but aiming that with a controller is ridiculous. I don't think it's a good idea. It'd be useful for Fire Giant for sure. Do you have to use the crossbow to acquire the next weapon if it's a drop that I don't have? Yeah. Pray to God that it's something easy to get, right, man? Imagine it rolls Radahn's greatswords. That'd be tough. That would be a tough existence. Okay. Hope it's something I already got, right? I didn't get key yet, right? Oh. When did I do that? I have Radahn's Remembrance. Oh, do I? Yeah, that's right. I did kill Radahn. Shit. All right. Gentlemen, we had a very fast Inseparable Sword run, and now we're going to have a questionable, a run of questionable length with this crossbow. How many larval tears am I holding? 5? Alright. That's not a ton. I'd like more than that. Okay, and then after we get access to Moog, we should be ready for Radahn. And then what should this look like? Should this look like poison and then spam bleed bolts and then refresh poison and then spam bleed bolts? Or should the bleed bolts get swapped out for regular bolts at some point? At what point does the drop in damage from the bleed bolts stop making sense? You know? This is the question. 1 hour into your 2 hour and 38-minute Facebook video speedrunning all bosses. Facebook's been a funny platform for me. It's a weird little place. I've just been uploading all my YouTube videos to it. Just the huge backlog of videos I got. And despite it being, like, mostly structured around short videos, I've had a bunch of people watch for really long periods of time on my super long videos. They're already going in a tier list, my boy. When I finish it all, I'll probably properly refine it and rank them. I'll go beyond just tiering them. I'll rank them from 1 to 447. Okay, I'm just gonna let him kill me. That should be the easiest way to do this. I have to let him kill me 3 times. Will I even remember all of them by then? Well, they'll be in a tier list. And I'll have a huge document of stats written down. I'll also have a backlog of YouTube live streams describing my exact thoughts at the moment. I also remember everything always, gentlemen. You forget that. You forget that, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I'm taking some diabolically stinky farts right now. I'm letting you know. Goodbye, Magnus. Out of there. Just like that. In and out. Okay. Magnus invaded. Let's go talk to the dude. He's going to tell us to go murder a woman. We will. And then we go see Moog.
Oh, I'm glad. You have a... I wish to a night luminary. So, now. For your normally that sin...
No, those are invasions. Those aren't going to be deaths. I don't count the deaths. The game counts the deaths. So if you think that should be a death, take it up with the game.
What's happened to you? Oh, no one knows. I do not wish to cause anyone harm.
Sorry, Arena.
Please, be safe.
I'm not convinced it is collectively worth the hassle, because even if I did go get Sharpshot Talisman, I don't think I would use it. I talked about it earlier, but I just don't know. Like, it's too conditional for me to even care about getting it.
This...
All right, here's our Moog access, gentlemen.
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something. Never forget. Oh.
Get ignored. Stupid. Okay, we're going to have to run into this merchant, buy all his and get out of there. Hello. Goodbye. Waiting for Celebrate Sickle low-key. We'll see, man. One thing Celebrant Sickle's got going for it is that at least it's not a weapon that crutches on consumables, you know? Like a crossbow. Fuck. You know what? No. I won't let you kill me. Okay. So, let's take a look. Regular bolts. So, we go from 50 damage down to 30 damage, but we get blood loss buildup. That's cool. Let's go kill Moog. Or, sorry, Radon. How many character levels am I going to get over the course of this run? Jesus, it's probably not going to be a lot. I think I jumped too late. I did. You got to jump the moment the top-down camera shows up. Seven levels is a good bet. Hello, Radon. Let's do this thing. Alright, we start off with poison. And then we go bleed. Decent damage. I was getting counter hits the whole time there. Alright, there goes the poison. Nice counter hits. Whoopsie. Like, actually really quite decent damage. Alright, now it's time for regular bolts. Damn! Okay, it took 18 bleed bolts. Like 10 regular bolts, and then 18 bleed, 9 regular, 7 poison. That's not a lot. No, what are we talking about? C tier. Shut up. I wish there was a convenient way. I wish I could like put the bolts in like my pouch or something and then like swap them in. I'd like to have access to 3 different bolt types here. McSkittles, thank you for the 100 bits. Told you it's S tier. What are we talking about here? No, multi-hit won't apply to this. No, I mean, I think we gotta keep it realistic here. Like, listen, this weapon's not looking like a challenge run weapon right now. I don't think it's gonna be reasonable to say that it goes out of F tier. Like, this is bottom of the bell curve. Like, listen, I'll do it the honor of saying that it's not, at least so far, that it's not worthy of making a whole video out of it because it's so goddamn awful. You know? I can't call this whole run a challenge run. But, like, what's going to be worse than it is the question, you know? Like, is there going to be any weapon class that's worse than this? Probably not. Alright. Poison, here we go. I'm too far out. Alright, now I'm in range. Ow. I mean, dude, it's yellow damage. It's yellow damage with status buildup. You know, dude, if something's yellow damage, I can't call it challenge run tier. Unless that yellow damage comes like once every 10 seconds. You know? Did I get a second bleed? Too early. I don't remember. All right. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is doing better than I thought it would. It's I was pretty ready to say this is probably going to be a challenge run tier weapon after seeing that it had absolutely no scaling. However, it's performing above that right now for sure.
My utmost thanks for bringing me to the base of the Erdtree here, and thus I shall farewell. I shall leave. I wish
Melons,
I have
shut the f*** up. Thank you. All right. Gold free is going to be an experience. I would like to only... I'd like to kill him with only regular bolts, which I don't think is impossible. I believe that's my first level of the run. I think that's the first time I've leveled up this run. Listen, Gideon and Godskin Duo are always the final arbiters of Challenge Run, you know? Those two can yank any weapon back down to Challenge Run tier if they try hard enough. Nam2, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge? Absolutely huge, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I think like 2 days ago, I bought myself a Switch 2. Obviously, I need one for Duskbloods. I figured out how to get it running on the capture card, so I got it all set up for the streaming setup. It's good news, gentlemen. It's good news. How much was it? Normal Switch 2 price? Like $500? Yeah, I mean, this is no problem. I just stacked 1,000 damage. Did the Steam Deck price soar? I'm uninformed about this. Yeah, the 419 damage counter hits are kind of huge. Bro gives up. Fucking edge walks towards me. Less than 50 bolts. Gentlemen, not bad. Not bad. Ugh. We are running Spear Talisman, yeah. And it's getting good value, too. It's getting great value. Oh, hold on. Oh, fuck. All right. We are back to status effect gaming. There goes our poison. One bleed. Let's keep stacking bleed. Two bleeds. And now it's time for regular bolts. Okay, now I'm not seeing yellow, but also that's kind of fine. Because he's getting chunked. Okay, that was yellow. Maybe it was just glitched that I didn't see yellow. Trying to think if I should go for another poison, but I don't think so. Brother, can I hit this guy? Stop. Oh, I wanted to aura farm. Okay, close enough. All right. I mean, schmurdered Morgot, dude. I don't know how long we've been in this run, but it doesn't seem like a crazy amount of time. I'll be honest, I kind of expected this one to be like in the 5-hour range. I think we'll go faster than that.
A husk, the only way and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then and guide. An hour 16. Oh boy. And a good portion of that was just setting up my access to the bolts I needed. Gonna make the uneditable list public since people keep asking which ones you've done. Yeah, I probably should. Alright, I'll go get a shareable link, gentlemen. Gentlemen, it's shared with you. You know, that is the tragedy of this run, though. I don't know if I'm going to roll into something that's going to take me like an hour and a half or like 5 hours. It's quite the gamble. As far as crossbows go, though, I gotta imagine this is one of the better ones. Can beat the time of the Inseparable Sword with the crossbow, I believe. No. No. We can't. We absolutely cannot.
All right. Don't hit me. Hold on. No, never mind. Not hold on. I'll light the grace at the top of this elevator. Could do sleep bolts for duo. I could. I don't think I need to. I kind of expect the ranged to be pretty decent for duo. All right. I wish there was a hat like Yura's in Ghost of Tsushima. I still need to play Ghost of Yotei. AI stream says summary says you smurfed Morgott. What the f does that even mean? It says I smurfed Morgott. Damn. I mean, pretty accurate, chat, if you ask me. Bernacle. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Hey, Bushman, is there a link to the Bible? I can't seem to find the one you use. Try typing !MV. I don't think it's going to be there. Because we... Oh, no, there's the stream elements command. Do I have any mods? Mods. Mods. I don't think I have any mods. We're migrating commands from stream elements to new streambot. Understandable that I have no mods. This is the wrong time of day for me to be streaming. I meant to stream earlier in the day today, but I was feeling like not good.
Do we think we'll have enough bolts for Fire Giant? Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually really not worried about it. Truthfully. I feel pretty good. Let's light this grace. We need to go get this smithing 10 over here. I need to make sure to pick up this smithing 10 and one somber 10 every run. Because I need them. I need them to upgrade my... Those are the only ones I can't buy, so I gotta make do. Yeah, I mean, we got 99 regular bolts, 99 poison bolts, 99 bleed bolts. That's probably like 3 poison procs, 3 bleed procs, and a good amount of just regular as damage. You know, should be plenty. Let's go see. Ow. That's a bad start. His leg also takes bonus build up in phase 1. Because it's a weak spot. Should probably be full health. Oh, he got poisoned, but I don't get the benefits of it because the poison happens so far away from me. Listen, it's not yellow damage, but can I, in my right mind, call this challenge run tier, you know? I see thousands of damage on the screen right now. I see 5 digits, you know? And I'm supposed to call that challenge run tier? Okay, there goes the poison proc. But I don't know if it properly, if the poison status carries over. So I kind of want to go phase 2 first. and then build poison again? Here's what I'm thinking. I think I should have Arrow's Reach on. And I should lock on to his chest. Get the occasional eyeball shot. Like that. I'm dead, dude. Stupid ass move, man. I stink, Bussy. Bussy does stink, it's true. I think, the Arrow's Reach Talisman was a great idea. Phase 2 Fire Giant is really not great. All right. I believe we got a bleed right there, which is excellent timing for it. Alright, let's get another poison. Then we're chilling. Get some nice eyeball shots. Yeah, you know, honestly, this is not the worst way to fight Fire Giant. Okay, shoot. This is a really easy way to access his eyeball and head weak spots. Oh my goodness. Alright. We are done with status now. And we're just going direct damage. Go, 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 go. Oh my goodness. $831 damage on the eyeball. I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad. Could be worse. Could be a lot worse. C tier for Crossbow? Absolutely not. This thing's not getting placed in C tier, considering I just put Inseparable Sword in C tier. Let's, you know, let's stay grounded a little bit here. Big crossbow in it. Know what I'm saying? Okay, gentlemen. We are continuing. McSkittles, thank you for the 100 bits. This will be my last stream in the hospital before I go home. Well, that's sick, dude. That's sick. Congratulations. Gentlemen, I wanted to watch the soccer match. Gentlemen, that's why I'm streaming late. Gentlemen, that's all. That's all I have to share with you. Hello, Lion and Co. Okay, I really gave myself a favor here, didn't I? I'm in the middle of this crossbow run, and my first boss is gonna be Godskin Duo. First boss of the day is gonna be Godskin Duo. That's pretty devious. You're the only streamer who's pronounced my username correctly. What do a lot of people say? Barnacle? That ain't how you spell barnacle. Love that. Yeah, are you on the coming home train now? I thought you didn't like the English national team, David. What's going on?
What's happening? Oh, Dick Barnacle. I didn't even realize. Sorry, I'm saying his name wrong now. I didn't even realize that there was a super chat. Thank you for the super chat, my boy. Succulent Chinese meal. Gentlemen, we're gonna be continuing the zombie streams with Evan later this month. I think in like a week or two. Not 100%. I'd have to go look at the dates. Which map are you all doing? I believe we're doing Infinite Warfare next. Which is theoretically a whole ton easier than Black Ops 4. Whole fuck ton faster. Oh yeah, and the Duskblood's network test dates are out. It's true. It's true. Being in this community for almost 8 years has gaslit me into saying lion in myself sometimes now. Yeah, it's just how you pronounce it. I know you don't know. It's alright. Yeah, I'm excited for Duskblood's network test. See what the game actually is. Okay, gents. We made it to the boys. Honestly, I'm not sure the bleed bolts are going to be very valuable. Probably makes sense for me to target Fatty. Unlucky timing. Not a whole ton to be done there. Ow. Oh, you know what would be a good idea? The health regen physic. Since I don't really have a ton of use for my physic as it stands. Wait, did the apostle just reflect? I think the apostle did just reflect. That's kind of crazy. All right. After... So I got to make sure to stay in the right range for Skinny so that he doesn't just dodge my arrows. I'm a little too far back, I guess. Maybe I need to, like, properly counter hit him. But what I was saying is, once we've gotten 2 bleeds on both of them, although maybe that's not even true. Maybe I switch off of bleed bolts right now, because trying to get a bleed on Skinny seems like a pain in the ass, I'm not gonna lie. So I'll just take the poison and then hopefully not phase transition him. That's the goal anyway. Alright, there's the poison. And now I think regular bolts are going to be the way. Oh boy. Okay, that's awkward. Very awkward. Okay, I'm just going to do my best to get Fatty taken down again. And then we go for Skinny to hopefully get just phase 1 Skinny. Because when they're both in phase 2, it's definitely more annoying. I should probably try to re-poison him. Dude, I can't see anything. It was crazy. This is a great move for us. That misses? Come on, give me a poison. Nice. That's gonna hurt. All right. Dude, how does that miss? That's crazy. Okay. Okay. Let's calm it down there, bud. Alright, and now it's just regular bolts on Fatty. Oh my goodness. Taking him down 250 damage at a time. All right. Okay, you know,
First try Godskin Duo. How much can I really complain, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, game's a baby game for babies. That's what I was saying. Absolute baby game for babies. Can you walk us through bird skip inputs? It's not hard. Like, none of this is hard. Like, you just jump to where I'm jumping to. Like, it's not specific. Like, I'm not looking at any lineups or, like, anything obscure. Just walk at the edge and then jump over the railing and then... I guess, like, I don't sprint here. Not sprinting makes it easier. Then I sprint on this last jump. The last jump is the hardest. But if you feel that one, just quit out. Then do it again. W walkthrough. I mean, I walk and jump. Like, that's literally all I do. Like, some skips are really technical. That one is not. You just walk and jump. Chapty, thank you for the raid. Well, yeah, the run back is long, but I don't know why you're going for skips if you can't quit out fast enough, you know? So don't f*** it up. Can I... Oh, you can do jump crossbow attacks. Interesting. Yeah, that misses. Also misses. Ow. Ow. Ow.
Stop that. Dude, how are so many of these... Oh my goodness. Get strafed, idiot? How are so many of these things missing? Crazy. Nice. Oh. That hurt. Really? Oh! That's surprising. Oh my goodness, man. Just nothing is hitting him. Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't look like a hit to me. All right. Whoops. Did I apply for Streamer University? I'll be honest with you, I don't even really know what it is. But, no. I've never been an understander of the, like, archetype of streamer that, of the just chatting streamer. There's a lot of them. And there's a lot of really popular just chatting streamers. I just don't get it. Not my thing. Doesn't have to be my thing either. I like playing video games. Alright, I think I'm going to switch out bleed bolts for the entirety of phase 2. I'll get my 1 bleed in this phase. All right. All right, and then we'll get our 1 poison. Ow. And then it'll be regular bolts. Yeah, dude. So fucking slick with it. I deserve that. Alright, now we just gotta chunk him down with the normal bolts, man. 162 damage at a time. I inputted too many of those. I did not want to do that. All right. Okay. For future ammunition weapons, it might be worth getting 2 so you can use all 4 ammo slots simultaneously. That's not how that works. It's not right-hand ammo and left-hand ammo. It's arrows and bolts. I like the idea, but it doesn't work like that. You can't put bolts up here. These are for arrows. These are for bolts. You see? Okay. We've got one Somber 10 to get, the endgame bosses to do, and then the scariest of them all, we have to roll the wheel and go get our weapon with this crossbow. That's the scariest part of it all. I hate this jump. Yeah, I also have to fight Gideon. Is Gideon gonna work? Well, I'm gonna shoot him until he dies. Oh yeah, he's gonna dodge plenty. This'll suck. It'll not be fun. But it's what we're doing. Sword of Damnation. That would be devastating. Genuinely horrendous. You know, so I have them. I hate using butterflies. I hate using non-farmable resources. That was a arrow, man. Son of a... Alright, it's fine. Hopefully we just don't need them. I'll have use for the rot arrows eventually.
And here you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. Commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marquez high hopes of us, that we continue to strive unto eternity.
Oh, I'm still hitting him with poison arrows for some reason. You know, beautiful thing about crossbows is that you can load them and then fire them. So this might just be a matter of loading the crossbow, waiting for him to do something. Okay, that does not combo. Of course it doesn't. Although it's close. Holy magic damage. I'm dead. Okay, didn't die. Should I even try to get this bleed? Like, is it even worth it? Yeah. You know, it would be a lot easier if hitting him with a bolt micro staggered him. But it doesn't. Okay, dude. Of course, the second I go to punish his charged, he input reads it and goes for the quick cast. God, these fights are so dumb. I have no idea what I even have his bleed meter at this point. Okay. Yeah, verified experience. Okay.
You fought well until now.
I don't think going for the bleed's worth it. Maybe melee staggers? Yeah, you want me to get in there and start beating his ass with a kick? I don't know about that plan, Chief. Alright. There definitely could be some things that we could go pick up that would... Dude, how does that miss? I really wish he didn't strafe. I can't really punish this move either. Can't really punish that move either. Could punish that one maybe, but if he strafes it, I can't. Alright, if I roll it early, I avoid it, and then it gives me time to punish the Comet Azure. Walk in the wrong direction for a quarter of a second, and my health bar blows up. Holy. Ice damage does not slow him down. Ice damage? Like frostbite? That... You guys are just making shit up. Okay, that's interesting. It seems like he maybe staggers out of the triple rings from getting hit with a arrow. And maybe if I catch him early enough. Might be impractical to catch him that early. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, dude. King, of course. Dude, can I not? Oh, my goodness. Alright, second poison. That's good. I was late on the roll. I'm shooting poison arrows at him when I should be shooting regular. Still get caught by it. Just absolutely diabolical move. Six strafe dog. Alright, time for another poison. It's been so long since I've had to actually fight this stupid boss, man. Oh, boy. Crazy. Oh my goodness. Alright, I mean, he's gonna slowly poison out. Oh my god! Please don't die. This would be a abysmal way to die. All right. God.
A lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
Constipated Hippo, thank you for the prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Merely throwing for content is wild. Wouldn't have been content. Would have been disappointment. Sadness. Okay, I need to go get myself some more poison blooms because we are not at max poison arrows. Poison bolts. All right, let's go get him. These bow and crossbow runs are going to be the reason David finally snaps. Yeah, you think so? David, tell me how you feel about these, like, I don't know, 3 to 4-ish hour-long recordings. How do you feel about these compared to, like, the 50-hour one-shot recordings? You tell me. B-Bake, thank you for the $10 super chat, my boy. Not sure what your hourly rate is, but Gideon definitely owes you something. He sure does, dude. He sure does. Baby game for babies in editing form. That's what I figured. Gentlemen, I give David... these runs are easy baby layups for him. Super, super tough, required double pay, very difficult. No. Not at all. Okay. Let's pull the bleed bolts back out and let's get to it, gentlemen. Didn't even need to get anything special for. Ow. Gideon. Oh my goodness.
I'm trying to remember how I fought Goldfree, and it's coming back to me. Oh, no way I'm in range. Devastating news for unemployed around the world. I unfortunately, in this phase, can't simply space his stomps. I can, however, walk around him swinging his axe like a goober. Ow. Is Horalu one of those bosses that has the status carryover? Now, in between phases? Well, not gonna matter. And is he one of those bosses that has the resists carryover? I don't think so. Because he should be a different health bar. Ow. I think I'm gonna go for one bleed. And then I can start going for regular bolts. Although maybe I end up going for poison bolts at that time. No. Regular bolts. I do wish the poison stayed active. Would make my life ever so slightly easier. But I think we'll be fine. All right. Now, am I going to have enough to get through Radagon and Elden Beast? Honestly, maybe not. But rot bolts are limited.
Aren't there fire bolts? There sure are. I probably should get them. There's probably infinite fire bolts somewhere. Let's go find them. Fire bone bolt? Is there... Okay, there's perfumer's bolts, which are going to do something similar. Oh, boy. Exploding bolts, apparently. I missed exploding bolts. Oh, there's flaming bolts. Explosive bolts. Okay, what's the story? Okay. Flaming bolts can be purchased. Exploding bolts can also be purchased. All right. Well, let's go do that then. Because it's all direct damage here. That's all it is. Watch Radagon be able to deflect these? That would suck. Alright. Yeah, and this isn't a huge commitment. We might need to get more. We might need to go take a visit up to Mount Gelmir. But I'm just gonna hope not. Running low on regular bolts. Alright, well, we're gonna go flaming bolts, and I believe Radagon can be poisoned. Realistically, we want to juice fire damage here. So, we're going to go here. And, ooh, oil soaked here. That's good. Yeah, that'll be good value. Spear Talisman isn't going to do a ton, but that's fine. Alright, so, let's poison him, and then we drink the Physic. And then we use fire damage, yeah? Okay. He parries bolts. That's excellent. Oh, God. Okay. Alright, then I roll too early. That's great. Oh boy. Alright, now it's firebolt time. Whoops. Oh, I'm on the edge of the platform here. $174, huh? Well, listen, here's the deal. We kind of expect to have some resource issues. And the firebolts are going to do more damage on this fight than they are on Elden Beast fight. So if we're running into resource problems, this is where we want to be using them. Same thing with the poison darts. Radagon can actually be poisoned, so... What am I doing? We'd like to save the regular bolts for Elden Beast. That would be the goal. And if I have to use some of these Radagon bolts on Elden Beast, then that's fine. I would just like most of them to go towards Radagon. Ow. Alright. You know, we're definitely getting into territory where I am really heavily starting to think about passive healing. I thought I already had it loaded. Dude, the whole flow of combat with crossbows is so f***ed up. Because, like... Oh my goodness. You hit your attack button, but you only attack every other attack. Sometimes you think you got your loaded. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you're wrong. is such a fuck-ass... Ew! This is a fuck-ass performance out of the crossbow for sure. Nice. Oh my goodness. I was really hoping the poison was going to go all the way. Alright, we're gonna take this off in favor of this, probably. Alright. So, we're gonna chug through all the fire bolts here. Oh boy, this is gonna be a long Elden Beast fight. What the fuck am I doing? Alright, listen. This is a challenge run tier fight for sure. But this and Gideon have been the only challenge run tier fights. Alright, we're just in full health preservation mode here. Gonna really suck if I run out of bolts and I have to finish him off with a kick. Oh boy, this damage is not looking much better. That couldn't have gone any worse. I could have died, I guess. How much health does Elden Beast even have on New Game +5? Because normally, regular New Game, it's like 20k. He's probably got like 30k here. $28K. Okay. And then we gotta do the safe Elden Stars strat. Gotta route the Elden Stars through the ground so that it doesn't catch us. Okay, this is I really don't like this move, but if I'm gonna get it, I like to be really far away. It makes it easier to dodge. Alright, kinda gotta be perfect. Don't need to be impatient, I just can't really leak very much. Like, I can't get hit by anything other than, like, pretty unavoidable random, like, ping hits. Okay. That's a bad start to that plan. Alright, he's trying to do rings. Second rings. I gotta just run in this direction so that I don't hit the edge of the arena. Oh my god. Hard to be unluckier than that. Somehow live, though. Okay, let's do it. Oh my god, I was so close. Game wants me dead. Holy! God damn. All right. Let's get our time.
The fallen leaves.
18, 23, 24. With 7 deaths. Wow. I did this faster than Great Mace. And Rotten Great Axe. Wow. Really? I mean, I didn't need to pick anything up, but that's surprising. 7 deaths. All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Listen, from the very beginning, we knew... Is this the heavy crossbow? Is this the heavy crossbow? This looks like the heavy crossbow. I think this is it. From the very beginning, we knew that the question was whether or not this one makes it out of challenge run tier. Listen, Gideon required like proper challenge run tech. Elden Beast required proper challenge run tech. The run as a whole definitely did not. Definitely did not. And I think that's kind of obvious by the fact that this took 3 hours to complete. So, I do say it makes it out of challenge run tier and promptly into F tier. This weapon is not good. This weapon is not good. It's just also not so bad that it's a challenge run to do it. You know? You know? Alright, let's take a look at my rune level. Rune level 239 at the end of this one. 239. We got a solid 8 levels over the course of this new game cycle. That's glorious. Heavy crossbow solidly sitting in F tier. Okay, gentlemen. The heavy crossbow has one more task to complete before its time in the sun is dead. We have to figure out what our next weapon is and go pick it up. Do you think anything will be challenge run tier if that isn't? Listen, that thing wasn't challenge run tier. There's going to be worse things. Listen, I want this to roll onto something that's easy to get. Because I don't want to use this crossbow for very much longer. Oh, speaking of which. Heavy crossbow. Okay, it's out of the list now. And is that the correct weapon? Correct weapon image? I think so, right? Yeah, that looks right. All right. Gentlemen, what is run number 7 going to be? Okay. Ripple Crescent Halberd. This is a weapon that we just got to farm. No problem. I ain't going to argue. Man. Let's go pick it up and let's go get our next run ready to go. Okay. Can be found at the first ruin to the east of the fallen ruins of the lake site of Grace. I believe fallen ruins. Okay. Let's farm it up, gents. Let's farm it up. This is also going to be a silver horn tender, I believe. Okay, so this is the first ruins to the east. Ah, there they are. Okay, there's 3 of them, apparently. Apparently. I'm trying to lock on to see if I see anything, but I don't see the 3rd one. Alright. The run isn't done. Gotta get this weapon. Better to farm at the bottom of Palace Approach Ledge? I don't think so, because those things are going to be scaled higher. And I'm not doing damage. So this is the strat that I'm sticking with here. Our discovery is pretty decent. Where is it? 273? I mean, listen, that's really high. We're almost getting 3x drop rates. Nobody wants to be a nerd, gentlemen. This is devastating. Devastating day to be a Bushy fan. Oh! Alright. Gentlemen, you were way too slow. I got it before you were able to say nerd. I'm disappointed. Very disappointed in you. Alright. Cycle number 7 is gonna be Ripple Crescent Halberd. Let's go max it out. But then we're gonna put this run on pause because we're off to do a little bit of Frenchin', gentlemen. Okay, yeah, our next weapon is going to be the Ripple Crescent Halberd. Okay, and then I already opened the stuff, or already submitted the stats for the heavy crossbow, so we're good to go there. All right. All right, gentlemen. So, next weapon coming up is Ripple Crescent Halberd. That's what we know. All right. We got the weapon. We're ready to go into what is this going to be? New game plus 6? Oh. I don't have Renala dead, dude. Okay. Okay. That's annoying. That's really annoying. I mean, I can just go New Game Plus and then, like, make my way immediately to Renala. That's an option. Yeah, why don't I do that? Okay, yeah, that's how we'll do this. Max level Halberd. Let's go immediately to Renala. How's that sound? Okay, gentlemen. Oh, I should also change stream titles. Let me do that. 7 out of 4. What's the number? 443? 447? 447. 7 out of 447. Ripple Crescent Halberd.
Was shattered. In our home.
All right.
Across the fog. The lands between.
Can you show us the timer spreadsheet? I want to make a guess for the time, please. Do we have mods to do a Gamba? Because we could do a Gamba if you guys want.
Queen Marika the Eternal is no.
You guys want to do a Gamba? Brave isn't my default browser. It is.
The Black Knives.
Stop with me.
Godwin the
I finished heavy crossbow at 18:23:24. We've been averaging very slightly over 3 hours per run. Very slightly.
Marika's offspring, demigods all. Named the shards.
All right, how about let me run a prediction because I don't think I have mods here right now.
The mad taint of their
The mad
newfound
taint.
strength
Um,
triggered the shattering.
Ripple Crescent Halberd over or under 3 hours. Over,
A war leading to abandonment
under.
by the great.
All right, you guys got a minute.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead
Nice.
who yet live. The call of long lost grace speaks to us all.
Up to you, gentlemen.
Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask,
Ever brilliant.
Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome Dung Eater,
and Sir Gideon Othmere, the all-knowing.
Nice. Very nice. All right, gentlemen, let's go play. Okay. Ripple Crescent Halberd. I need to go respec because I didn't kill Renala on the last playthrough, which means my current stat spread is awful for this weapon. Although, honestly, not that bad. I got 38 arcane for some reason. I don't know why I got that, but we want that to be 99, obviously. Okay. So that's going to be objective number 1. And while we're doing that, we can also think about power stancing this weapon. We could farm for another one if we wanted to. But I'm not sure I'm going to want to do that. But while we're doing that, we should be thinking about what kind of build we want to be going for on this thing. So, halberds are weird little things. This is their charge attack. Or that's like the normal charge attack for a halberd, which is terrible. It's not good. However, it can have some really potent, like its best moveset oftentimes ends up being this R1 chain. And if you really need stance damage with it, it can end up being jump attacks. Jump R2s. That's also a pretty valid choice. However, something that's unique, like the unique value of this weapon is this really strange stat scaling where it has S arcane scaling. That obviously works well with like bleed buildup or poison buildup or rot buildup, but there's no way to get that innately on the weapon. However, you can use greases. So blood grease is actually really, really potent with this weapon, and it's gonna be a pretty solid mainstay. Obviously, there's gonna be a different strat when we're going up against things that aren't bleedable. So, with that said, I think that starts to push us in White Mask direction, I think, which I don't actually have yet. Do I have Lord of Bloods? I also have never gotten Lord of Bloods. Okay, but that's where I'm thinking this weapon wants to be, like, heading. Yeah, Greasy Ripple build. That's where I'm thinking where this build wants to be heading. We don't have Bleed Grease as a craftable quite yet. But let's also think about what we're going to be doing when we're not going to be bleeding, because that's kind of what this setup looks like right now. Two-hand sword talisman's good. The sprint attacks on this thing are alright, but like it's not exactly as if I'm going to be building for it. However, probably going to be getting more value than average out of Letta's armor for that reason. Because the sprinting R1s are quite good. And then obviously, of course, you're going to be doing rolling attacks sometimes as well. So, Letta armor pretty solid here. Charge attacks, not really going to be good. Jump attacks is definitely something to think about. Definitely something to think about. Spinning slash is also, like, kind of an idea. All right, hold on. I have a nerd question for myself. We need to pull up the Elden Ring Bible. Because this could definitely dictate where this build goes. I won't screw you guys on the time investment here, so I'll just light the grace and then quit out. Blood Flame Incant so you don't need to farm greases. Does it work on Blood Flame Incant? It shouldn't. I don't think arcane scaling does anything to it. But you know what? Let's pull up the wiki page because usually like there's usually mention of something like that. Okay. It mentions greases here. This is all grease. It doesn't mention anything about Blood Flame Blade. And like I said, it shouldn't work with Blood Flame Blade because Blood Flame Blade is like... It's like Black Flame. Like, you don't affect... It doesn't look at anything on your weapon to determine what it does. It just applies an effect that builds up bleed over time. It says no at the bottom. Spell buffs like Blood Flame Blade don't appear to scale properly on this weapon. Okay, the way that Fextra phrases this is incorrect. They don't scale on this weapon, but that's exactly what they should be doing. But this is what I was talking about here. This is what I was talking about here. The fact that it has arcane scaling makes the bleed grease do more damage the more arcane you have. Right? That's the idea here. Now, the question that I was going to ask, we got a little bit of a nerd question here. Exclamation part MV, I think is what it is. Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, this is the Bible. This is the Bible. We have status motion values. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Ash of War attack data, spinning slash on a halberd. Where's halberd? Am I crazy? Is this not called spinning slash? What the f is this called? No, it's spinning slash. Oh, that's for Dragon Halberd. Which might still be... I mean, it's probably going to be the same values. What is VAR? What's VAR 1, VAR 2? I don't know what these are. I'm looking for the values on a halberd. But down here, it's probably the same values. Probably. Probably. So, what I'm looking for here is the weapon buff motion value. Or maybe it's the status motion value. I'm not actually sure. Because what I'm doing is I'm putting on a weapon buff. But that weapon buff is applying status. So I don't actually know which one of these two numbers it uses. But either way, these numbers look like okay. Weapon buff looks great. Status motion values look fine. I press L2 twice and I would get God, I'm 150, 165, 185. Almost 2 R1s. So one full spinning slash is almost 2 R1s worth of status buildup. I mean, that's not amazing. It's not amazing, but it's all right. Anyway, okay, so the reason why I cared about that is to try to figure out if I should build into this Ash of War or not. Because, like I said, the gimmick, the strength of this weapon is in how it interacts with greases that scale with Arcane. So, like, pretty much specifically bleed grease, and that's about it. So yeah, I mean, building for an Ash of War is an idea, but I think the other idea that I like a little bit more here is going for multi-hits, perhaps? Multi-hit and eventually Lord of Blood's Exaltation and White Mask. But, like, generically, I'm going multi-hit here. And Ritual Sword. And then we're going for R1 spam is the general idea here. Chilling Mist. Well, okay. You can't put Ashes of War on this thing. You can't put attunements or Ashes of War on this thing. So that Ashes of War aren't part of the building process of this, but you can put greases on it, which is why greases are a thing on this weapon. Poison and Rot. Yeah, Poison and Rot exist, but, like, what's the point? The Poison and Rot are status effects for if you have no other options, or if you are doing, like, extremely low damage. We're not doing extremely low damage, so we like the look of bleed better here. Maybe not, like, at this specific moment, because we don't have the bleed synergy stuff, but over the course of this run, we're gonna get the bleed synergy stuff. Poison buffs is why you can get the exact same buffs with bleed. Barring Poison Hand, I suppose. So yes, at this exact moment, when I have poison buffs and not bleed buffs, yes, like I said, that's fine. But that's not the direction that this build is going to go. However, with that said, it's something that we can play with here. Until we get access to our proper bleed setup. So our offhand is going to have Poisoned Hand. And this is going to be how we set up all of our poison buffs. And then this is going to be a Poison Grease kind of build. And then for the rest of our armor slots, it's either max defense or, like, Rakshasas. I think realistically we just go max defense here. And then I need to do multi-hit in the physic, and I don't know. Can we think of anything that'll do a decent job as the second physic tier? Let's think. This is obviously good value. There's not a whole lot else here that's going to do very much for us. I mean, Green Burst is fine, but, like, it's not really doing anything for us. And then need to find the craftable for this. Root resin and poison bloom. Tombsward Cave. Okay. Tombsward Cave. Oh, it's the Miranda Cave. Okay. I think stance break tier to try to get more hits in for the extra bleed for free. Yeah, the thing is, I'm planning on doing R1 spam here. And, like, R1 spam isn't awful on Halberds, but it's not exactly big stance damage. And stance tier is active for 30 seconds, so, like, it doesn't feel super value. It does something. But it does something in the same way that stam tier does something, you know? Alright, we are going to get up next to Red Wolf. Going to do the DLC as well. I'll go to the DLC if it has something I need to get. Otherwise, no. To really judge the weapon, you must try all greases. No. There's gonna be two ideas here. There's bleed, and then there's poison/rot. Poison is just replenishable, and rot is not. The frost doesn't scale with arcade, despite what YouTube comments might tell you. So the idea is get damage buffs with poison or rot, or get damage buffs with bleed. Bleed's gonna be the better idea because bleed also gives you damage on top of giving you damage buffs. And I suppose there's going to be some bosses that are immune to bleed and vulnerable to rot or poison. And some bosses that are immune to rot and poison and vulnerable to bleed. Right? And those ideas are kind of interchangeable here. The status buff ideas are interchangeable with his weapon. But those are the only two ideas. There's not different ideas here. He's using a seal with Blood Flame Blade against the rules. Not against the rules, but it doesn't work. So the reason why it doesn't work with Blood Flame Blade is because Blood Flame is like... It functions in the same way that Black Flame functions. Where you put... You hit something with Blood Flame... Where's my jump across? Is it not right here? Did I go too far? Is that it? That doesn't look right. This looks right. When you hit something with Black Flame, they have a little effect that goes on them where their HP drains for 2 seconds. There's no way to buff Black Flame damage. It does exactly the amount of damage that it's going to do every time, no matter what. You put on Fire Damage tier, it won't change anything. You put on Ritual Sword, it won't change anything. Absolutely no way to buff that damage. Same thing with Blood Flame, except instead of draining health, it builds blood. And because that's the way it functions, where it's not even paying attention to how it got applied to a target, it won't be affected. It won't be affected by arcane scaling and my arcane level. However, Blood Grease is different because it doesn't apply like a debuff essentially onto an enemy. It doesn't do that. It hits an enemy, you know? And when it hits the enemy, it looks at motion values of the weapon that is hitting the enemy. So, Blood Flame Blade is not an idea here. It wouldn't be better on this weapon than any other weapon. So we're not going for it. Does Rod even have arcane scaling? I thought it didn't. It might not. I think it does. It's not the most relevant thing. Let's see. Poison grease, blood grease, sleep grease. Yeah, okay. It doesn't even mention rot grease in here. Rot probably doesn't have arcane scaling. It's... Rot's in a very weird spot where it's hardly ever relevant. So knowing the answer to that question is not... Like, I'm wanting to build into poison anyway. Because poison's actually, like, a sustainable strat and not a... Oh, I found this one rot grease on the ground randomly somewhere. I'm gonna use it for one single boss, you know? Whereas poison grease is actually a thing that you can go get. Alright, with that said, I have no idea where this cookbook is. Looks like that's just a drop down. So the boss is in there. Okay. It must... I thought there was a way to the left over here, but I guess not. Unless there is? Is this a spot? No, it's not. Tin Man, thank you for the Prime, and Sigrid, thank you for the Tier 1. Okay, I believe that's the cookbook I'm looking for. But I'm gonna keep wandering through the rat cave. And just make sure. Alright, and that puts us here. Understandable. Have a nice day. Okay. Rot did really well for us on the Rotten Great Axe for obvious reasons. Yes, but also, arcane scaling was not the primary concern of that weapon, whereas it definitely is with this weapon. So anyway, here is our poison grease. Need a poison bloom farm and a root resin farm. To properly, like, make it, but that's not the biggest deal in the world. And now we've got, like, a build set up. We've got a build set up and ready to go. We've got the ideas of this build in place. And R1 Halberd spam with poison grease seems like the idea. And obviously, of course, we're aiming... Okay, here's our buffs. And you can see just how high the damage gets cranked the moment that you get the poison buffs. Ow. All right. Beautiful. Should probably get Greasemonger Bell Bearing next time you find yourself in the DLC for future Grease adventures. There's not a ton of greasing that you want to do in Elden Ring. I'll be honest. Grease is not usually the most viable weapon buff available. This weapon is odd. This is an odd little guy. No, there's no Ash of War changing or changing of affinity with the Ripple Blades. That's the main reason why Grease is good on this. Because otherwise I'd be running Poison Mist. Just 100% candidly. There wouldn't be much of a reason to be using Grease in favor of Poison Mist if I could use it. However, we're about to get access to Renala, which means we get our respecs. And we get to have a character that's, like, properly leveled for this weapon. Alright. So, get our buff supplied. Alright, so we're building up multi-hit here, and got the poison applied. So we've got our buffs going now. There goes the poison buffs again. Beautiful. All right.
My dear daughter, thy might.
Why Letta's chess piece? Letta's chess piece is, like, realistically best in slot for almost every build in the game. Like, unless you're doing a jump attack build. If you're doing anything other than a jump attack build, you probably want Letta's chess piece, because it buffs your rolling attacks and sprinting attacks.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Is it thy to become?
Okay. So, now we get to respec. This is obviously, we're in playthrough 7 at this point. New game plus 6. So, we're gonna want our singular damage stats. If weapons only scale with one stat, we're gonna want that stat maxed out for sure. Mind does not matter here. None of the other damage stats matter, so this is simply a game of... Yeah, I mean, this is just... Mind doesn't matter. These stats don't matter. So it's health and endurance. These are the only needle movers here. 12 decks, son of a bitch, dude. I got the dex from Millicent's prosthesis. Let's go, dude. Let's go. It's all calculated. Alright, we'll need to fix that eventually, because I think Millicent's prosthesis may eventually get replaced. Okay. Great Rune number 2. Here we come. I'm gonna go take out Radon, because this may be one where we want to go to the DLC, like you said, for Greasemonger's Bell Bearing. And I definitely want to go to Moog regardless on this run, because I need to get White Mask. All right. Jeb Kreb, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Ow. Ow. All right, gentlemen. The amount of times I'm going to do Radon and Radon stake skip in these runs will make me a true Celia skip gamer. Just not yet. Dude, can I get a double jump for the love of God, man? All right. All right. Philae, thank you for the prime. All right. Yeah, I guess I'm just losing these runes. That's fine. I went too far to the left. Nice. Okay, let's do
A little bit of Radon action. Multi-hit Radon with Poison Grease should be fine. I'm also not sure if you guys have been noticing it, but the build-up goes super fast. That's a good example of what I'm talking about and why greases are good on this weapon. See that? Build up in 3 hits. Pretty good. Pretty solid. Let me go pick up these runes. Might as well. Might as well, man. Okay. I guess we're probably doing Abductor Virgins to get to Altus. So, I won't burn all these runes. And my future self will probably realistically not thank me. But I can pretend. Alright, okay, I would like to die quickly. That's the goal. What was that? That was Millicent's prosthesis. Why can I wield it? Why can I wield this weapon? Why do I still have... Oh, because Radigan Source Hill also gives dex. We did need dex level. Beautiful. Alright, let's go do a little bit of Abductor Virgins, gentlemen. Now, I don't think Abductor Virgins can be poisoned. They also can't be bled. So, the greatest unique strength of this weapon completely out the window. You're welcome. Say thank you. However, we will still keep this generic build on for this. I guess that's an upgrade. Alright. Virgins, I need Altus access.
Oh. Stand and bang. You think I'm gonna avoid your attacks? Oh. Oh. He's dead? He's dead, but I'm still getting sucked? What? 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 All right. If you say so. Ain't even fucking Tuesday. Ain't it, mate? Alright, well, the boss is dead. So I guess I just gotta run through. That boss gave 37,000 runes. New game +6, ladies and gentlemen. Get a kill a boss and get 1/15th of a level. That's all right. Huge. Absolutely huge. Okay. Do need to get bleed grease eventually, but we're also not there yet. We can pretty safely run a poison build until we get to Moog. Then we'll pivot over into a bleed build. That's my plan. Should I get to Moog through Vare? Maybe. Because I don't think I need to go to Consecrated this playthrough. Can you farm bleed grease? I assume so? Probably. Okay. Let's slot that back in here. How do you uncap the new game plus? Because if I'm not mistaken, the max new game is +7. That is when the difficulty reaches its max. And I'm not changing that. But you don't do anything and you just keep going new game plus. That's just vanilla functionality. Merchant in Mogwin sells infinite blood roses and you can farm root resins near Bernal. Nice. What have you learned about this weapon? It just seems like an arcane beat stick. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Sounds about right. Hello. Hello, big man. What you doing, big man? Poison in 3, dude. Ow. Halberd. Halberd. Halberd charge attack. Love to see it. Yeah, dude. Imagine if I had bleed on and I wasn't using a status effect that applying it got in the way of applying it again. I'd be busting out like 2 or 3 bleeds a fight. Pretty quick. Why am I busting bleeds? Because that's what I should be doing. Busting out bleeds, gentlemen. Bleed busters. Ain't that the truth, cuzzo? Alright. Church District High Road Grace has the Greasemonger's Bell Bearing. Gives you infinite viable root resin. Farming root resin is not hard, to be fair. But just having it for purchase would be nice. Do I keep shackles in between runs? I don't think I do. Okay, we're going for Lord of Bloods. Starting to get our bleed synergy stuff. You do? Really? Really? I've just never picked up a shackle? Really? Wouldn't this challenge take like a year? More? Quite a bit more. Even if I was doing one weapon a day, it would still take a year and a half. And I'm not doing one weapon a day. I tell you what. Does Bushy read YouTube chat? Unfortunately, yes. I sure do. Immediately proven right from my my grievances by seeing giving up on French challenge, huh? Excellent YouTube chat. Yes, obviously. Believe it or not, I didn't do it yesterday and I didn't do it today, so it's just not something I would ever possibly want to do ever again in the future. No plans in the slightest. God, I'm already being a salty little aren't I? That's tough. Gentlemen, stop asking stupid questions, really. I need you to. Got my Switch 2 yet? I sure do. I've been playing and molding a lot at Pokemon Champions. All right. I think this could definitely be a spot where spinning slash is actually quite good. Dog, dude. What a fight. Hey, listen, at least I only have to do it one time out of these next 447 runs. What? Thank you. Okay, Lord of Bloods. Beautiful.
Alright, now I'm gonna go make my way towards Moog. And we're gonna get this bleed idea set up, dude.
Only fine. You have earned now to become the thing as become.
Okay. Yeah, I'm planning on doing 2 weapons today. Unless, for whatever reason, this one goes really slow. But I don't think it should go really slow. Is there, like, upgraded bleed grease or poison grease in the DLC? I don't think there is. I think there's only upgraded damage grease in the DLC. Which is not really useful.
You claim what? My doubt. The words of the truly, I believe, even worse. That's the Oh. And give it to try. And if it
Alright. Big man. Big man Magnus. What's Big Man Magnus up to? Idiot. Let me in. Thank you. Okay, might as well pop the grease. It's not like I need to save it for whatever reason. Nice. 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 Build up in 2, huh? Magnus, you're being a little dirty right now. Thank you. Okay.
wish to a knight luminary. So, now. For your
Thank you. Okay, need to do another journey back down to Weeping. Is Ice Spear an option? Nope. Sure isn't. Doesn't. Can't change the Ash of War on this weapon, and even if you could, I still haven't made a decision on this, but I'm very, very in between on if I should even use, like, overtly offensive Ashes of War, like Ice Spear, where you put it on a weapon and then the weapon stops wanting to attack and just starts wanting to only press L2. Because at that point, like, should probably just run, like, should probably do, like, an Ash of War only build. And can I, like, reasonably say that a spear, which is by itself completely, is actually good if you use Ice Spear on it? You know? I think if it's a particularly good weapon for it, like Clayman's Harpoon is particularly decent with Ice Spear. Is it really? What causes that? The int scaling? Why would that cause that? That's not normally how Ash of War damage calculation works. Or if it's a unique Ash of War. Yeah. I don't know. This seems like I can't put it directly into words, but sometimes it feels kind of odd. Kind of vibe that I got going on here. Sorry, Arena. Yeah, like turning every single smithing short sword into a square off run and turning every single smithing spear run into an ice spear or whatever the occult version of that is. I don't know. That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Let me look up blood grease.
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
It's from this book, which is in Fort Height. All right. Cool.
Never forget, for it is what you have. Oh.
With somber weapons, it's a different story because those aren't Ashes of War. Those are weapon skills that, and all Ashes of War are weapon skills, but not all weapon skills are Ashes of War. Ashes of War are the pickup, like the items that you pick up and put on smithing weapons. Weapon skills are the things that you press L2. But the point is... Wait, hold on. I need to go get White Mask first. The point is, if I use Sword of Night and Flame, that Ash of War is exclusively a part of Sword of Night and Flame. So, like, of course I'm going to use it. If I use a broadsword and then I slap square off on it and all I do is press square off, and then I do the same thing with every other straight sword, I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. I can sense a large pile of hyper-specific clarifying questions that I'm not going to be interested in answering coming up here. So, yeah. Don't get mad when your clarifying question gets ignored. Goodbye. Hello? Thank you. White mask. There it is, gentlemen. White mask. Okay. So, one legitimate benefit to poison over bleed here is the poisoned hand. You get an additional 7.5% damage buff for going for poison instead of bleed. Because there's no blood hand, you know? However, I think that's going to get made up for by the fact that bleed is a status effect that works a lot better with this idea and actually gives damage. I guess I don't need to kill him. You're going to kill the merchant so you don't need to come back through this area repeatedly? I thought that didn't work. I thought merchant bell bearings didn't work. I mean, I'll give it a try, I suppose. Alright, I can't imagine I'm going to need more than that. But yeah, we'll give it a try. Alright. That looks about right. I should have killed the little dude first. And by the little dude, I mean the big dude. They don't carry over to the next new game cycle. That's what I heard. But I suppose it makes sense for me to test it personally. Oh, fuck. I was really hoping that was gonna flinch him. Ow. Oh my goodness, dude. Alright, whatever. It doesn't matter. You guys said that they don't carry over. And that makes sense to me. I'm not killing him. I don't need to waste my time doing this. Oh, you're saying kill him for this run specifically. I just bought 100 blood roses. I definitely don't need to worry about that. Okay. So now we find ourselves in a spot where I need to go get this Somber 10 and the Blood Grease book. And then, yeah, we're ready to take out Moog. How close was the timer when you were browning? Well, honestly, not super close. I started tearing bosses new assholes. I did so many fetch quests and f***ed up so many bosses before timer ran out. You really can't see the color. That's because it's not dyed. I didn't lose. But even if I did lose, you still probably wouldn't be seeing it. What was that at the end? That was me giving you guys a consolation prize. Because about halfway through, I realized, one, I had been given a devious amount of fetch quests that was not at all reasonably within the 6-hour time. And two, dyeing my hair brown wasn't exactly a punishment. So, changed it to 7 hours to shave my beard off. There's our cookbook. Love to see it. And I did not lose. I think I need to go to War Master Shack. Okay, and we're going to switch this to Lord of Bloods, and we're going to switch this to White Mask, and then Poisoned Hand is not accomplishing a purpose. And then this is the root resin. Root resin farm right here. Which is why it's not a very big deal to get the root resin bell bearing. However, if I don't have to do this, that's cool too. Okay, so just like that, I now have access to 12 blood grease. And we have successfully found our way into what I'm pretty sure is the strongest build idea for this weapon. So, let's go see how it does on Moog. Should be pretty strong against Moog. Alright, let's take a look. Buff. I actually kind of want him to get on flat ground,
because killing this boss is easier on flat ground. Five hits for a bleed. That's bad timing. Can I do this? I tried. Not actually as amazing as I would have expected, but I mean, certainly better than what Poison would be doing here, because I'm getting these bleed chunks that I just otherwise wouldn't be getting. I mean, it's important to remember, I suppose, that it's a halberd. Ow. Oopsie. Misrolled. Important to remember that it's a halberd, and still not going to do crazy damage. Ameezy Solos, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. That's fucking annoying. I'm trying to greed because I know Unis is coming. Bleed grease is gone. Let's get it put back on. You know, the multi-hit is not going crazy here. Dude, can you stop? Oh my goodness. Okay.
As clear as day. The coming of our dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, let's try to level 2 decks and then maybe we get out of, I don't know. I mean, we could go for like hybrid bleed and poison, but that sounds like a lot of micromanaging. Sounds like a ton of micromanaging. But yeah, this might be an improvement. Okay. Let's go get Greasemonger's Bell Bearing right quick. This is a super tiny detour in the grand scheme of the run. Okay, I know how to get that. Power stands to bleed and poison. All right. That's actually a little bit of an idea. However, power stance
status buildup is not as good as you might expect, but worth a thought for sure. Mizzy Solos, thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Definitely worth a thought. This is going to require some amount of Bible consultation. Well, it would almost certainly be jump L1s if that's what we were doing. I promise you we're not going to be... Almost every power stance moveset in this game is very... except for the jump L1s. Whoopsie. All the paired L1 moves have 65 plus 65 status MV, including jumps. What about weapon buff MV? I'm assuming status buff MV is the one that gets... Hello? Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna assume I land. I landed. I must have landed somewhere, I guess. Okay. No, Spinning Strikes isn't... It doesn't have great looking motion values. Oh, are you talking about Wild Strikes? I thought you were referring to this default dash, Spinning Slash. But yes, I can't change the Ash of War. Oh, it's telling... So now YouTube chat tells me how many jewels the little, like, sticker things are worth now. That's cool. That's an improvement, because I had no idea what any of those stickers meant before now. I remember when you last used this weapon, you power stanced it and came to the conclusion that these are atrocious. Might have been the arcane only run. Sounds like something I probably would have done. To be fair to myself, I wasn't able to get 99 arcane on that, so could be a different circumstance here. Was the sleep run, if you remember correctly? Well, if it was the sleep run, that wouldn't have been... That's not, like, the max synergy option that I would think with this. Oh, I already got that emote. Huh. That stays. Weird. Paired jump L1 weapon buff motion value on halberds is 90 plus 90. All right. Is there any turbo dork in the stream that actually knows if a status grease is going to pull from the weapon buff motion value or the status motion value. Because the status greases both. Or does it use both and therefore I would get a 0.9 multiplier followed by a 0.65 multiplier, so it's really bad? Just finished testing Clayman's harpoon with Ice Spear, and it does the exact same damage as every other polearm. Clayman's harpoon's a spear, isn't it? It's a polearm. Is that a halberd? Is that what halberds are described as? No, halberds are... polearm? What the fuck is a polearm? Is that a combination of spears and halberds? What does that mean? Alright, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's how I would expect that to work. If you believe Bible info, folder status is for built-in. I also don't... you just said words, and I have no idea what any of that means. Not a clue. Okay, I need these. Beautiful. Alright, that is the Greasemonger's Bell Bearing. Side quest accomplished. However, so here's how most Ash of War's damage calculate, okay? Very importantly, they look at the attunement that you have on the weapon, and if it's one that's synergistic, they're happy. And they do a bunch of extra damage, and if it's not synergistic, they're unhappy, and it'll do a lot less damage. So if you take Ice Spear and you put a Sacred Attunement on it, Ice Spear will do a ton less damage. Simply because of the Sacred Attunement. Not because of scaling, not because of any math, just literally the presence of an anti-synergistic attunement. But if it has a Cold Attunement, it'll be doing its full damage potential. Then, beyond that, they pay attention to weapon upgrade level. That also matters for pretty much all of them. Then, beyond that, this matters for less Ashes of War, but still quite a few of them. It's usually the Ashes of War that actually hit with the weapon where this matters, and not the Ashes of War where you don't use the weapon to hit things. So, like, Ice Spear, the weapon AR probably doesn't matter. Almost certainly doesn't matter because you're not actually hitting them with the weapon. And it's the hitbox of the weapon that would cause the damage to go up. But I suppose on Ice Spear, when you do the spinny thing, you hit them with the weapon. So for that portion of the attack, the weapon AR probably does matter. But for the most part, on like ranged Ashes of War, it's weapon level and whether or not you have the correct attunement on. I'm sorry for my bad English. I meant that motion value table has a separate list called info, and it describes status MV as a value applying only to built into the weapon statuses. Oh, that's interesting. Info. Motion values that affect the buildup of status applied by an attack. Motion values that affect the attack power of weapon buffs applied to a weapon. This is entirely separate from the data on the motion value page. Okay, well, I don't see what you're talking about. But I don't know. My question still feels unanswered. Maybe it uses weapon buff motion value. Maybe it uses status motion value. Not sure. But if it uses weapon buff motion value, jump L1 90-90. That's pretty solid. If it uses status motion value 65-65, not as solid. This is one of those bosses that is immune to the statuses that we would want to hit him with, so this is not going to be the Ripple Crescent Halberd's best showing, I tell you what. Ow. Out of stam. Ow. Alright, I'm sick of all this trying to heal. I'll just kill the boss. Whoops. All right. For Ash Wars like carry and sovereignty that don't hit with the weapon itself, does putting it on a larger weapon make a difference, or what about the crit multiplier? I feel like this is a layup question that you're giving me here. Because if you don't actually know the answer to this and you're just unironically asking, it's like shockingly astute. Crit multiplier, I've not personally tested it, but I've heard that it's relevant to weak spot damage. So it makes putting an Ash of War like carry and sovereignty, or for that matter, like any Ash of War that won't scale off of AR, it makes it most valuable to put it on something like Misericord, because it'll make you do more damage when you hit weak spots compared to weapons that have a lower crit multiplier. Okay. I thought I made more blood grease than that. Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's do Morgott. But then after Morgott, I am somewhat tempted to try out this jump L1 double halberd idea. Although, yeah, I can do that. Left hand grease. Yeah, I can do that. Need 12 strength as well. Like Sacred Blade for Deathrite since their head is weak. Well, yeah, but that would only be beneficial on the projectile of Sacred Blade and not the weapon hit of Sacred Blade, and then not any of the hits that come after.
But like, yeah, you're kind of getting the idea. But with Sacred Blade, you're normally applying a weapon buff and then using the weapon, you know? So you would want a weapon that has a high AR because you're still using the weapon. Ow. Yeah, Bleed Grease does a lot less innate buildup than Poison Grease. But even still, the status is a ton more valuable than Poison is. Goodbye, big dog. I think Earthsteel Dagger has a very high weapon buff motion value, or is it simply because it scales with Faith the same way Bloodfiend's Arm does? Alright, hold on. Okay, listen. Gentlemen, I appreciate all the nerd talk. However, if we're gonna have nerd talk, we should probably focus it on the weapon that we're doing. But I will still answer your question. Erdtree Dagger and any dagger that has that double slash R2, that has a weapon buff motion value of 100 plus 100, meaning that it does full weapon buff motion value, or full, like, R1 damage motion value. So, like, if you do an R1 and you have, like, a Holy Grease on it, you do your regular damage plus, let's say, 100 damage from the Holy Grease, okay? If you do an R2, the first hit does regular damage plus 100 from the Holy Grease, and the second hit does 100 damage plus the damage from the Holy Grease. That's why weapon buffs are so good on Erdsteel Dagger. It's because the R2 has 100 plus 100 weapon buff motion value on that weapon, on that moveset.
Allow me, you are unable to prevent the thorn, a husk, the only way and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame and guide.
Okay. So, it's time to go Fire Giant. I need 2 strength because I want to be dual wielding these. I don't have it. Okay. I mean, Fire Giant is a boss that I would like to try that idea on. Can I pop enough runes to make it happen? I mean, I could pop some Membies to make it happen. Because I need over 200,000 more runes to get my 1 level. I kind of want to hold on to the Membies because I feel like it'd be funny to have a ton of them. What's the max stack of Membies? 699. I feel like it'd be funny to have 699 Membies. Fire Giant, though, won't activate exaltations. Great point!
Great point. I always forget about that. Alright. Never mind. We're just gonna kill Fire Giant. Because, status damage buffs on Fire Giant are bad. The status proc occurs too far away for your character to actually realize that it poisoned or bled the Fire Giant. For my test, Grease status effect buildup doesn't seem to use weapon buff motion values. So it uses status motion value? Okay, what's the methodology here? Tell me what you did and why you think what you think. I'm not using staves and seals. Because if I was to use them as weapons, that would mean bonking enemies with the sticks and bare fists. Which I could do. But also, I tried to figure out if it was reasonable by seeing if I could reasonably do Meteorite Staff on New Game Plus 7 against Godskin Duo. And you know, maybe if I spent 15 hours on the fight, I could make it happen. But I chose that I didn't want to do that. I see the Crouch Halberd poke attacks are the go-to for this run. Crouch Halberd poke attacks. I think you're thinking of a different weapon. If I was to do it, I feel like I would probably want to be doing it New Game 0. Probably. At least New Game 0 for Meteorite Staff. Because you can't upgrade that anyway. I use Swift Spear, which has 100 weapon buff and 60 status buff for each hit on the R1 chain. Tested against the Stormveil Troll, and it took more hits to bleed than it should if it was using the 100 motion value from the weapon buff. How do you know how many it should take? Nope, not doing spells. Talked about it many times. Not a new idea. Don't want to talk about it more. It's not doing it. Get that question asked 30 times every time I stream this challenge. Don't want to do it. Not doing it. Sorry. Trying to not crash out. It's reasonable that you ask the question. I just don't like answering the same question hundreds of times, you know? You know, it could be eventually maybe reasonable to, I don't know, depending on how far I want to take this. I can do every spell. I like the idea of doing every spell on the same character. I could eventually do all staves and seals, probably on a different character under, like, a more refined, specific order so that I don't end up getting turbo-cucked on a meteorite staff. Because that truly is quite challenge run-esque. Could do probably all craftables. Some of them are probably not going to be the most viable thing in the world, and so it might require infinite consumables. Can do all Ashes of War. What am I doing over here? I don't need to go over there. Doing it by spell type might be a good call. Okay. Because they're samey. Gentlemen, I'm gonna use 10 straight swords that are all the same weapon in this run, and I'm gonna use 5 katanas that are all the same weapon. Okay, katanas aren't a good example. But yeah, dude. What are we talking about here? Curved swords, colossal hammers, like, most weapon classes have, like, 2 distinct archetypes to spread across, like, 20 weapons, you know? And the differences between them are all very minor. I do have a high-level character save, maybe close to level 400. See later when you can level up 3 damage stats to 80. Poison and bleed affinity will, I think, give you the highest AR. I can't possibly imagine that's true. I mean, I've never had much of a reason to look at character levels that high, but it's gonna be like quality or occult or these split scalings. Like what even is the rationale here? I don't have anything to use as an example. I just can't imagine that's the case. Don't see you making it to 400 this new game. Oh, definitely not. But going forward is what he said. No, Occult is not best in slot for much of anything other than things with very high innate strength scaling. Quality should be best for almost everything at that high of a level, unless I'm, like, doing something specific with poison or bleed. Alright, so, like chat said earlier, there's no point in... I believe I just got a bleed right there. There's no point in really optimizing for White Mask and Exaltations here because the bleed happens in the center of Fire Giant's chest, which is too far away from my character for the character to realize that he actually did do a bleed and should get the damage buff. However, in Phase 2, I might get it. We'll see. Strength, 80 dex, 80 arc. Better because you're getting scaling off of all three. Do you get scaling off of all three? Like, bleed doesn't add physical... Bleed and poison attunements don't add strength or dex scaling, right? Maybe they do. I'm not sure. But this might be like a one specific weapon kind of situation where it already has decently high strength and dex scalings, and adding the arcane makes it feel good. But maybe, I don't know. We'll find out, obviously. I've done a single crossbow so far. I think I made a command. Exclamation point all weapons. I believe that's the spreadsheet of what we've done on this run so far. Alright. Build doesn't work great on Fire Giant, but that's not the most surprising thing. Okay, we need one more strength, and then I don't know. Do I want to try jump L1s on duo? I don't know, dude. I want to try it at some point, but I don't know if this is the moment.
This world and death are you to commit. Very let my hand.
And I suppose if I'm doing dual wielding, I'm not actually getting the benefit of poisoned hand. The only thing that I'm adding to the build is... I guess, like, I could set it up to, like, 2-hand, left hand, poisoned hand, right hand. Get the poison proc, switch to the Halberd, apply bleed grease, then do jump L1s, but... I mean, the benefit of going jump L1s is that it's realistically a pretty decent attack. And then I get to go double exaltation, claw talisman, and probably ritual sword, and then I'm completely out of multi-hit, which I do think is a good idea, because I don't think multi-hit synergizes super well with this. However, then it's like a question of what the fuck am I doing with the physic? Because physic doesn't have much of anything for me here. It's still gonna be multi-hit, so I guess I'm not completely out of it. I don't know. It's an idea. It's an idea that I want to try, but it's not... It's probably not going to be the best available idea. We will do more stance damage, which is nice. So we could do multi-hit stone barb. God, you guys love blood-sucking crack tier. That is not a good tier. I don't think I'm going to use sleep grease. Might as well just fight him. Grab the defense tiers to make Ritual Sword easier to keep online. That doesn't really work that way. Defense tiers and Ritual Shield have, or Ritual Sword have, like, anti-synergy. Like, if you take 1 damage, you have to heal with Ritual Sword. If you take 800 damage, you have to heal with Ritual Sword. There's not much of a point in making sure that your 800 damage does 600 damage, because you have to heal anyway. Okay, I think we stick with this build for this fight. Okay, got another bleed, which gives us the buff, which is nice. Okay, got another bleed, which again gives us the buff. Whoops. Damn it. Oh. I didn't think I was going to be in range. Okay, dude. Can you stop? Oh my god. What the fuck? All right. Very good. Wouldn't matter if one flash didn't get you back up to full. Sure would. Sure would. I knew somebody was going to be really, really particular and specific about it. But if an item makes some situations, if an item has anti-synergy in some situations and not anti-synergistic, Jesus Christ. Hold on. I'm crashing out and it's twisted my words up, man. If an item has anti-synergy in some situations, it still has anti-synergy, you know? Like, if the goal is for defense talismans to make it so that you spend less flasks because you take less damage, but you have to spend flasks to make your ritual shield active. Anyway, it has anti-synergy. It's not accomplishing its goal because you have two conflicting goals within your build. Sometimes those goals won't conflict, but, like, it doesn't matter. There's no point in saying it. Jesus Christ. Bryce? You must have been watching when I crashed out about this, or okay, maybe not. Bryce, you me off. Not for any fault of your own, but you're just me off because you're saying the same thing that everyone keeps saying, dude. Just joined and you're crashing out. This is the way. All right. Okay. It's at this point that I want to go get a second Halberd. Is this the farm spot right here? I believe this is. Yep, sure is. No way. Oh, dude, imagine. Would have been crazy. Can't wait until he turns on member-only chat for Raffle for his mental. Shit, I probably should. Listen, no shade. Genuinely, I'm not saying this to insult you YouTube viewers. I'm not saying it. It's just a reality of the situation that you guys are bad live stream chatters. You know, YouTube viewers watch live streams a whole lot less. Etiquette. Not saying that Twitch exactly is a peaches and roses, you know, but there's certainly more peaches and roses over on Twitch chat. Because, like, if you're on Twitch, you're probably watching a lot of live streams anyway, and you got a better understanding of, like, how to behave. There's certainly less of that on YouTube. Honestly, not a bad idea. I resent these comments. Do I want to buy your TwitchCon ticket? Yeah, Jim? Make 15 shorts for me and I'll buy your TwitchCon ticket. How's that sound? Can I sleep in the closet of where you guys are staying for the price of 5 shorts? Yeah, that's what you want to do? Gentlemen, due to this second Halberd farm, this very well might take over 3 hours. Prediction might pay out to the... I don't know, non-believers? Is that going to be the non-believers, I guess? Oh, come on. How long did the first Halberd farm take? Well, I had to do it with a crossbow. So that extended the duration, but it was probably like 10 to 15 minutes. So many blood clots. Are we will doing the brown run? I still have some brown creations in my bathroom. Scumnut the sculptor. Bob the Builder's lesser known cousin. Oh yeah, I should have the Silver Scarab on. I completely forgot to put that on. Good point. We're sitting at 324 discovery. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm using Silverhorn Tenders, G-King. That's why I'm not porting back. It's why I'm running back. Whoops. No, we haven't rolled the next weapon yet. We don't roll the next weapon until we beat Elden Beast. Get off the horse. Get off your fucking horse. Please? Nice. All right. Ripple Crescent Halberd number 2. Okay, like I said, I don't actually think this is going to be the most viable of strats. But I will still try it. Okay, so, power stancing is going to change up what we're going for a little bit here. Armor's going to go to Raptor's Black Feathers. We can wear White Mask or Mushroom Crown. We're going to do Mushroom Crown because it's a better piece of armor. We're going to equip both Bleed and Poison Grease. Going to switch this off. It was previously on Two-Hand Talisman, but it's not going to be Two-Hand Talisman anymore. It's going to be Claw Talisman. And then we're going to switch out of all multi-hit talismans into Double Exaltation, Ritual Sword, Claw Talisman. Jump attack buff on chest. Status buff on head. However, White Mask is probably a better idea because you refresh it. Poison buff doesn't get refreshed like that. All right, I changed my mind. Physic, we're going to do multi-hit and then Stone Barb because we're actually going to be doing a decent amount of stance with Jump L1s here. Okay. So, the plan is going to be put Poison Grease on one, put Bleed Grease on the other. Then jump L1 to get the benefit of both exaltations. And then, you know, see where it goes from there. Okay. Poison left hand. Bleed right hand. Oh boy. Yeah, the build-up seems to be going pretty slow. Build-up's going very slow. Come here. Yeah.
Yeah. No. No. I don't like it. I don't like it, man. I don't. It's not good. You know, did try it. Okay, I do have one other build idea. Okay? I do have one other build idea, and we're going to take a look at the Bible right quick. Ash of War attack data. This time we're not looking for status buildup. We're looking for... this. Special effect ID 0. This is how much multi-hit gets built. And I'll be honest with you, I don't actually know what these numbers mean. However, spinning slash builds multi-hit. So... perhaps worth a try. Okay, this is going to get switched back to Letta's armor. Okay, we're going to... so let's build it out. We're going to go Lord of Blood's Exaltation. We're going to go Shard of Alexander. And then we're going to go multi-hit. And then Two-Handed Sword Talisman doesn't apply to Ashes of War, so we go double multi-hit here. All right, and then we're staring down the barrel of an Ash of War multi-hit build. And this is more synergistic with our physic than this is more synergistic with our physic than the R1 build is. So, I don't know. There's maybe I should have at least one blue flask. There's maybe some merit to this. We'll see. All right, gents. Am I going to be participating in any league soon? Kind of miss the DRL runs. I'm doing Major League Balatro. It's not Elden Ring, but I'm doing Major League Balatro. That starts soon. No. Maybe I shouldn't buffer the sprint. Maybe I should just do it like that. I mean, that seems easier. Because buffering the sprint still doesn't seem like I have enough runway. Had all my friends apply for Duskblood's test to increase my odds of getting a code. Well, if you happen to get a couple unused accounts, and I need them, you know? Good looking out. If I get a code and you don't, I guess you can have it for the price of a TwitchCon ticket or a closet floor to sleep on. Jam's extorting me, dude. He's not asking, by the way. He's commanding. It's true. It's true.
You don't have a choice.
I knew you'd come to stand
Give me your Duskbloods invite.
to become Elden. What a sad state of affairs.
Okay, hold on. I gotta beat Gideon's ass. L2!
To eternity.
It's not a lot of damage. Ow. Yeah, dude, honestly, like, I kind of expected the spinning slash to look a little better than that. I'm not going to lie. But that's all right. That's all right, man. That's not the play. And that's okay. Let's go back to two-hand sword talisman. And ritual sword. The idea that we were on the first time, I think, is the best idea. But I'm happy I tried the other stuff out. Okay. Believe it or not, that's not even a level. Stone Barb is a fine second slot. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I think we landed on how to build this weapon. And I'm happy. Dude, I don't know. Maybe it is poison instead of bleed. Because the poison goes so much faster. Because I think they made bleed grease have like really low innate buildup. And poison grease is a lot higher, I think. There goes my bleed. A little late.
Tarnished. Thy strength befits thee.
But yeah, absolutely for Elden Beasts. Bro's immune to bleed, so we're, believe it or not, we're doing poison. I need root resin. I've always been under the assumption that grease is just bad. It is. This is one of very few weapons that you can actually use grease and not be trolling. Elden Beast is immune to everything, but that's not going to stop me from getting value off of Radagon. Gracie, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. It's funny how after 7 playthroughs you still don't have the Mount Gelmir map. Haven't needed to go up there. Five hit poison on Radagon is kind of crazy. He's got resists, especially on New Game +6. Ow. Stop that. Alright. So we can get out of this and go back into, like, multi-hit, I guess. Because we're not going to be getting a poison on Big Man here. I thought I might try. Might try to stagger him out of Elden stars. Would definitely be fun to see more Convergence streams and vids. Yeah, the Convergence video is doing really quite well. Doing better than I would have thought. I'll probably rip another Convergence run. This is going better than Heavy Crossbow, that's for sure. It's also nothing crazy, though. This is... the whole build idea is very, very dependent on status greases. And... yeah. We don't have those. Okay, gentlemen, good job. Good job, good job. Okay, let's roll credits. And, talk about this weapon a little bit, dude. Okay, 21:03:04. That's our final time. Okay, Ripple, Crescent, Halberd. Deaths, 7. 21:03:04. All right, it was under 3 hours by quite a bit. Quite a bit. Okay, let's go find it. Ripple Crescent Halberd. Where are you? No, that's not it. Where's this weird little guy? Where's the weird little guy sitting? Where's the weird little guy? I don't see him. Chat, help me find him. There, I see. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Helpful as always. Two right from ringed finger. All right, you can give me like a column. Give me a column and that'll help. Beneath putrescence cleaver. There it is. All right. Gentlemen, Ripple Crescent Halberd. It's a weird little guy. It's a halberd. Halberds don't have the greatest moveset. Let me get out of this. Let me get out of this. Okay, we're not doing this right now. What rune level are we? We are 251. Rune level 251. All right. He's a weird little guy. Halberd moveset isn't great. R1 chain is like serviceable, and that's the best moves that it has available to itself, you know? It's got this unique little thing going on where like the damage is decent when you build for arcane. Like it's not like it does turbo damage. It does have the downside of not being able to put attunements on it, but also you have S scaling in arcane anyway, so that like you don't really suffer damage for that, but you do suffer like versatility, you know? You're not able to run different attunements that you might want for different bosses. And it's got this unique little thing going on with these greases that, for the most part, realistically just replace the value that you would get out of something better like a chilling mist or a poison mist or a seppuku, depending on what you're going for, you know? Because greases are just like baseline really, and this weapon makes greases quite a bit better, so it kind of just like brings greases like back in line so that you actually have a weapon buff for this weapon. So like calling this weapon's upside an upside is a little ambitious, I think. On top of that, it's a kind of halberd, or it's a halberd, and halberds are kind of is what I should be saying. I mean, dude, I think it's below average. I'm between low C and high D here. But for the moment, I'm gonna say D tier. Like, it's not bad, but like, I absolutely would want these weapons above Ripple Crescent Halberd, no doubt in my mind, you know? Later on, this could move up to C, for sure. For sure. We'll have to see how the rest of the list fills out. But it's not amazing. This weapon ain't amazing, you know? All right. With that said, we've got our next thing to do. Our next weapon to roll. Ripple Crescent Halberd is out of the wheel now. And we can figure out what we're going for next. after I put D in the tier list. All right, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen, let's see. Let's see what we get. It's going to be a shield, I think. Gilded Greatshield. All right. All right. All right. Gilded Greatshield. Okay. Yeah. Great Front Ruins. All right. Gilded Greatshield, here we come, gentlemen. Holy! All right, gentlemen, we got it. We got the Gilded Greatshield, gentlemen. Okay. Here we go. All right, before we make a decision here, we need... Elden Ring AR calculator. Gilded Greatshield. We need to see what heavy, keen, quality... I mean, I guess occult is also a consideration here. All right, hold on. Let me do this. This isn't exactly what our stats are, but let's just get an idea here. Okay, so this shows every attunement with max stats. And then this is our AR. Split damage AR is going to skew higher because you have to go through multiple flat damage. You have to go through physical flat damage and fire flat damage negation. But Flame Art and Sacred are highest AR, apparently. For individual AR, it's gonna be quality, followed by occults. Yeah, okay. So, realistically, we build for quality here. Quality has equal scaling on both, but we get two-hand bonus. Oh, I wasn't even accounting for two-hand bonus. All right, when two-hand bonus gets accounted for, quality shoots up to... All right, yeah, I mean, quality is just the play here, man. Okay. So, we're going for a quality build here, gentlemen. Thank you, thank you. Vitterzau, thank you for the £5. Thank you for going mentally insane with this challenge for entertainment. It's cool to see. I ain't going insane. I'm having a good time. Okay. All right. Let's go 60. We're going to need a good amount of endurance here. Like I said, I'm not really going to go mind because I don't want... I'm thinking 54. I'm not really going to go mind because I don't want to be crutching on... oh boy. I don't want to be crutching on... What am I trying to say here? Can I figure this out? Shield crash? That much? Okay. Okay, I'm at 99.99. Endurance is pretty fine. I mean, maybe I bump this up to like here just to ensure that I'm very good. Okay. All right. Now we've got Gilded Greatshield. Okay. Let's go level it up. Let's go level it up, and we're about ready to go. New game +7. Use the armor you farmed, Mr. Streamer, please. Well, we're gonna go functionality first. Like I always do. Okay, new game +7. Here we come. Gonna go functionality first, but... if there's... I should level right here. Alright, Journey 8. New game +7. First max scaling run of the run. Let's do it. Okay, and while we're doing it, let's think about how we want to build this thing. So, it's a great shield. Great shields, as you might imagine, are mostly used for shielding. I know. Controversial. But we're using it for attacking here. I'm willing to bet this is probably going to end up being charged attack build. Wait, Grandpa the Gamba? Oh yeah, I do have to... Let me pay out the Gamba. Give me a second. Where's it at? / prediction. Alright, choose outcome. It was under. Congratulations. Congratulations. Alright. If you guys want another Gamba, you'll have to ask Jam. Oh yeah, hold on. I gotta change this. Sorry. 8. Gilded Greatshield. Whoops. Maybe I should center align this? Yeah, why not? Is that centered? Not quite. That's better. Okay. Oh, I need to change titles too. Hold on. Eight. Gilded Greatshield. Okay. It'll rent you guys one TwitchCon ticket or a closet floor to sleep on. All right, very nice. Excellent. Okay, gentlemen, continuing. We're using Gilded Greatshield as a weapon. When using a Greatshield as a weapon, they're more or less, like, kind of really big weapons. Kind of colossal hammers, great sword, like that, right? So, this should be a charge attack build. Will make use out of two-handed sword talisman. Believe it or not, we won't really make use out of Great Shield talisman because I'm not going to be blocking. Great Shield talisman was probably a Visage Shield exclusive. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think we're ever going to see it make a comeback here. Multi-hit is not really going to do a ton here. Because this thing hits slow as shit. Dark Rapier, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you.
Have they, sir, but you, I can play turning to aid you. You need own to the foot. Then it summon me. Torrent. Treat him with...
Would be cool if Great Shields had the quick attack crouch tech too. I mean, like, every weapon kinda does. But it's not like... Every weapon kind of does. Like, it's also an idea for sure. To crouch attack spam. Shield crash, multi-hit, Alex Shard. Yeah, I'm not going to use shield crash. Yeah, I'm just not going to use shield crash because it's a... That would be the only thing that I'd be using. And it would be the Ash of War, not the weapon. Could slap the Ash of War on any Greatshield and it would do the same thing. You know? I feel like that's the litmus test. Like, I can use the Ash of War if it's doing something on this weapon that it doesn't do otherwise, you know? If I could use this Greatshield or any other Greatshield, slap Shield Crash on it, and it does the same thing, then I'm not going to use Shield Crash. Oh yeah, guard counters. Guard counters are a thing that I haven't really messed with. But for the moment, we're speccing into charge attacks, okay? Speccing into charge attacks and probably going resist, I guess. But guard counters are absolutely an idea. Now, as far as armor goes, I suppose this is when I bust out the cosplay, huh? Because you guys wanted it. Never got Godric Knight, never got Godric Knight feet. But yeah, this is what the... Oh, need to switch to charge attack and stone barb. That'll be a nice combo. Yeah, and I do need to switch to quality, but I don't have an Ash of War for this thing yet. I could go get no skill, I guess. Yeah, let me do that right quick. But guard counters is absolutely something to look at. Absolutely an idea for this weapon. Do we think this is a full run or a half run tonight? Should be a full run.
Name's Bert. Let me ask, are you here? Does your despite takes me any interest? All I know, now's the time. Not floating well.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Bro's calling me poor. He's telling me to get my money up. Alright. Let's put that on. Maybe I should just buy all these right now. He's telling me to get my money up again. This guy's... Yeah, just gonna buy them just so I have them. How's guard counter different than the Ash of War thing? Do you know what guard counters are? What do you mean? How? Okay, this is a rage bait and a half, dude. Nope, not doing it. We're not doing it unless you tell me that you don't know what guard counters are. Then I will explain them. All right. Okay, charge attack. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, it's certainly slow, I tell you what. Yeah, I mean, it's really quite slow. But it does damage.
Passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run thy veins. Tarnished.
Ow, ow. Yeah, it is quite slow though. That is an issue. Dude, can you stop doing whatever it is that you're doing? You... Okay. Not incredible.
Smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the
Press L1. But what's the point? Why would I do that?
it's tightly gone.
Gosh, Doc, you better shut the f up and open these goddamn gates. Thank you. Oh boy. Oh boy. Shield crash and unsheath and square off. Wow, there's gonna be a lot. Chat, I require assistance. I don't know how to fix this problem. But there's evidently gonna be like probably literally well over 100 questions this run asking why I'm not using shield crash. I've already answered it twice. I need help here. Just use them. Oh, thank you. No, brilliant. Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't realize you were the one doing this challenge. Ignore it. Well, listen. I understand why they're asking. I just can't answer the same question that many times. God. Sometimes you guys are just dick bags. Listen, gentlemen, I'm just asking for a little bit of help here. People are gonna come in and they're gonna have questions. And if I have to answer it 50 times by myself, I'm gonna go crazy. You know? I'm just asking for a little bit of help here. That's all I'm asking for. Hey pal, can you answer it one more time for me so I can make a command? Sure. I won't be using Ashes of War. That, how'd I phrase this? Hold on. Jam, you're listening, and I feel like you're judging me. Hold on. I won't be using Ashes of War where it entirely, like, gets rid of the weapon's identity. You know? So, like, in this case, I could use Shield Crash with any Greatshield to the same effect, for the same results. And so it becomes less of a run about the Greatshield and more of a run about Shield Crash, and that's not the goal. The goal is to show off the weapon, not the Ash of War. Alright. Let's go kill Godric.
How the fuck can that be a command? Well, you could say, I won't be using Ashes of War that overshadow the weapon. I mean, you could just write what I said. Like, okay, sorry. Jam, I'm being a sassy little... It's not directed at you. It's directed at that chatter. I apologize. Alright, that's a stagger. Yeah, honestly, I'm curious about a guard counter build. Because, like, this isn't great. Oh boy. Oh boy. Whoops. Cool.
Lord of all that is golden, and one day we'll return together.
Dear God, why didn't I think of that? Wow, I'm so dumb. Right. Alright, chat. Upon watching Jam do that, I understand why some of you think it's funny to watch me. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Dick Bernacle, thank you for the $5 super chat. Devious backseating. Because that's not the point. I appreciate it, though. Appreciate the super chat. Because listen, chat, sometimes, like, here's the deal. I've just got, like, there's times where I kind of just vibe check. And it's like, okay, if I use one Ash of War on this weapon the whole time, and the whole build revolves around an Ash of War that has nothing to do with the weapon, that doesn't feel very nice. But, like, putting that neatly into an explanation is not easy. I'm doing it for the purpose of content, though. You know? I'm doing it for the purpose of content, and like, oftentimes the explanation is, like, I don't know, it seems like it would be if I did every Greatshield as Shield Crash exclusively. That doesn't, like, what's the point? You know? I feel like the idea of what I'm saying is pretty easy to understand, but putting it in a neat little explanation isn't, which means lots of people are going to ask, and then, like, needing to go out on a tangent every 5 minutes. Don't want to do that, you know? I just don't want to do that. Because it takes me like a solid 2.5 minutes to get the idea across to you. And then somebody's going to ask again another 2.5 minutes later. Bushy, I feel like I'm about to commit mass murder. You know?
I'm with you, Jam. Jam, if somebody understands what you're talking about right now, it would be me. Chat does love missing the point and then backseating about what they would have done. That's a top 5 favorite chat activity, I tell you what. I'm new here. Is this really that common? You wouldn't believe it. Well, I don't know. You probably would believe it, because I feel like this isn't exactly unreasonable, you know? Like, I understand why you guys are asking the question. It's just not reasonable for me to answer it every time, you know? Know what I'm saying? I wish there was a more reasonable solution. A 4,000 second slow mode? Yeah, you want to, Jim? And I do think something else. Listen, all right. Here's where frustration creeps in, that maybe some of you chatters don't realize. Because I understand why you asked the question. You know, that totally makes sense. But frustration can creep in when you guys more or less say, forehead, why don't you just do this, while providing a solution that doesn't come anywhere close to be sufficiently well thought out, you know? Like, at that point, it's like, why do you think that I didn't think about that, you know? And that can be frustrating. That's why Jam was being a little sassy. Oh boy, read it. What? What am I reading? I won't be using Ashes of War that are not unique to weapons. In this case, Shield Crash would give the same effect on any Great Shield. The goal is to show off the weapon, not the Ash of War. Yeah. It's a great explanation. No, not that. What am I reading? If you use this concept on every... Is this gonna... Is this the... What am I reading? What am I reading? What am I possibly reading? This? If you use this concept on every shield, it's going to be the exact same thing, though. Maybe 50 damage difference on attack. But else, Shield Crash is supposed to be used by Great Shields. If you want to show off the weapon, this is the best way. So, okay, you're having me... This is one of those situations where it's like, okay, you thought I didn't think about that? This is exactly what I was just talking about here. I do understand from your view that it would overshadow the weapon itself. All right, it's all good, Row of Bandit. Listen. I get it. Me feeling frustrated is fine. It doesn't mean you did anything wrong. I understand why all this happened. Nonetheless, moderately annoying to deal with, all right? All right, glad we understand each other. Now, time to wait 4 minutes and have somebody suggest the exact same thing. Gentlemen, pray for me. Pray for me that I don't go on the same rant. Pray for me. Don't worry, chat's on 30-minute slow mode.
I mean, I don't think that's necessary, Jam, but do whatever you got to do to keep yourself sane. All right, let's continue this run, gentlemen. DMK, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. All right. Scott, thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is pretty decent damage. I mean, great shields do fine damage. They're not useless. You know, they're not staff and seal tier. But you know, they're not, as far as weapons go, they're not great. Stupid. Everyone's boy, thank you for the tier 1, dude. Okay. This is my second Great Rune. My idea here is that I get access to respecs, and I just go to Altus through Virgins, and I literally never go Caelid. Okay. And the charge attacks aren't crazy, but they're not awful. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hello? Do your follow-up. What the... Goodbye, Renala. Would a ridiculous L1 spam multi-hit Greatshield build be fun?
You wouldn't believe what happens when you press L1 with 2 great shields in your hands. You wouldn't believe it.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are
Even if I told you, you wouldn't fucking believe it.
from whence ye hide.
You block. If it's not clicking, you block when you have a shield in your left hand. I'm just burning these runes, I guess. Did I say L1, R1? Yeah, no, multi-hit is not an idea here. I'll be honest. Okay, I'm gonna spend some of these runes. Cool. Just so I don't waste them. Is it possible to have 2 timers, one for total time and one for current run? Not in a way that I'm going to set up. I keep track of it in the spreadsheet at the end of every run. Someone bring their Switch to TwitchCon so we can play Mario Kart. Well, I don't know if you know this, Jamothy, but neither me or Ryan drinks. So I don't know how much Mario Kart is gonna... Damn it, I jumped a tiny bit too early. I wanted to take some damage, but not that much damage. You know, Montage would be all over that. Montage is also not drinking. Okay, dude. Dude, why can't I climb this? Let me climb! Scum nut every morning. Great shields can have the shield strike Ash War on them. Would Shard of Alexander just buff your damage outright at that point? Well, it would buff your damage when you press L2. It is true. Tanner is turbo unk. I bet bro's eating his dinner right now, and he's gonna go to bed because it's 8 p.m. Bro is turbo unked out so hard. All right, I am really thinking about
guard counter idea here. I'm really thinking about giving that a shot. If you guys wanted, so like, I just had another thought here. I just had another thought about shield crash. A point in time where I would be using shield crash would maybe be on something like Spiked Palisade or Fingerprint Stone Shield. The reason for that is that it would have synergy with the innate status buildup of those weapons. And it would be like, all right, this weapon does something cool with this Ash of War. Not, this Ash of War is good on this entire weapon class. You see what I'm saying? See what I know you see what I'm saying. I already explained it before, but that would be an example. What am I putting back on here? Axe Talisman? Oh boy. Ow. Ow. Dude, what? What am I hitting if not the dude here? What? Dude. Dude. Where the f is your hurt box, man? What? Could we get a command for what weapons he's already used? That's so much work. Jamothy, it's already there. Exclamation point, all weapons. Just direct them to that. Oh, you noticed. All right. What am I doing? I didn't know that existed because I have a job. Chat, I think she's talking to me. What do you think? What are you thinking, chat? Two timing me bushy working too good. 2 gigs? I think so too, man. I think so too. Alright, if I am doing guard counter build,
I could bust out a Scholar's Shield again. Alright, hold on. Where's Guard Counter Talisman? And is there anything else that works for Guard Counter? Does, like, the Black Knight set or something do anything for Guard Counters? Probably not, right? Oh. This is in the Rusted Key area. All right. Okay, and we could do that instead of Dragon Crest Greatshield. That way I actually have 4 damage talismans on. However, one of them is Ritual Sword, and I intend on getting hit, so, like, you know, that's not good. I guess I could use Great Shield Talisman in place of Ritual Sword. It's a good idea. Yeah, man! Do we swap Ritual Sword for the Talisman that buffs defense the more weight we have? I would need to be heavy load.
Where are the sleeves? I pulled the top hit for Pitch Black.
All right.
Where the fuck are the sleeves, Bubble?
Bro runs down here and steals my sleeves. This is crazy. This is crazy. What are you looking for? No. In the same box, dude. Holy. Gentlemen. That's what Ryan just got. Gold Mega Darkrai EX.
My new most expensive card. That's ridiculous.
New most expensive card.
Alright, it's safe. We're good. We're good.
PSA says $3.50. Yeah. Send it into PSA. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it, man, but it looks like it's all torn up. I'll give you like $3 for it. Then you see the same card a week later listed as a PSA 10. Don't know what it means, but congrats, Ryan. Oh yeah, that's a really rare card. That's a really rare card. That's like it's probably a couple $100. It's from the newest Pokemon. Holy, I thought I died again. Oh my goodness. You better stop throwing fire pots, you. Golf. Golf. Kill me. That works. All right. Okay. This goes Curved Sword. This goes Greatshield Talisman. All right. In our right hand, we're going to grab Glintstone Staff, and we're going to start making use of... Let's find it. Scholar's Shield, which apparently requires 12 int. Guess what I don't have? 12 int. Does it add magic damage to the shield? No, it does not. It increases your guard boost. That's what Scholar's Shield does. Dude, seeing that makes me want to open a Pokemon pack, dude. Mizzy, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. I haven't been able to buy Pokemon cards in a long time at this point, dude. I keep getting screwed. I went to Sam's Club yesterday. Went to Sam's Club yesterday in the morning. Waited in line for an hour. Didn't get anything. Then they dropped the same stuff on their website in the evening. It was bugged to all. Didn't get anything. Then Pokemon Center said they were dropping stuff earlier this morning. And then after waiting in the queue for like an hour and a half, they didn't drop anything. Just been getting turbo cucked, man. They also removed a bunch of from the vending machines because I used to go hit a bunch of vending machines to try to get Pokemon cards. But then they removed ETBs and boxes. So, like, there's a lot less stuff to get. You know? What do you think about the no recording / streaming of Duskblood's network test? I think that's what Night Rain said, too. I think that's what they say every time. Listen, I could be wrong. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. I won't be the only person streaming Duskblood's network test, you know? If nobody else is doing it, it's not like I'm going to do it. But I'm pretty sure they say that every time, and it's just, like, ignored. All right. We now have guard counter build. So let's give it a try. Okay. I feel like going for a stamina build here makes sense. The damage isn't crazy, but... Whoops. Oh, I'm out of stam. That's too far in front of him. Stand and bang! Running the Nintendo through capture card like Elgato 4KX would make it bypass any stupid restrictions Nintendo tries to enact to prevent streaming. Well, it's not like... Like, if you want to capture a Nintendo Switch, you gotta run it through a capture card anyway. But HDMI exists for the sake of preserving copyright. If they want to make it so that... the signal doesn't go through an HDMI cable to a capture card, they can do that. Eternal Bronze, thank you for the 300 bits. I was wondering why we stopped getting our beginning stream pack opening. Hoping you get better drop luck, Bushman. Oh yeah, I also got turbo cucked the day before Sam's Club on Pokemon Center. Because I waited in the line, got in early, and then as soon as I got in, I did it on my phone, and I guess apparently it has problems with Safari. The moment I got in, after waiting for like an hour, is it refreshed the page and put me at the back of the line, dude.
I shall leave. I wish you have. I have no.
Diabolical, man. Was it Nintendo or FromSoft saying they were going to disable capture button? I mean, listen, here's the deal. This is Nintendo, it is true. They're a scary, very out-of-touch company. But also, that's very normal terminology. I think they said that and do that in every single one of their network tests. I played Night Rain network test on PlayStation, and the capture button on the PlayStation didn't work. It's kind of just like standard practice. I mean, most of the time, I imagine the rationale is like probably something like data mining related so that they can completely copyright nuke somebody if somebody like figures out how to like dig through the files and find out they're not supposed to know. I imagine that's the rationale.
Oh, whoops, wrong thing. All right, gold free. Let's do it. Ow. Main reason I like the Elgato cards is because the EDID picks up as a display, so the device just thinks it's a monitor anyways. I have to imagine that is the smallest of engineering challenge to overcome. I have to imagine if a Nintendo or somebody like that really wanted to restrict the most popular brand of capture card in the world from being able to capture something, I think they'd figure it out. Damn it, dude. Okay, this guard counter ain't working great. Barricade shield buffs guard boost, right? Yeah. I forgot about barricade shield, but that's also what Scholar's shield does. I forget which one does more. I don't think this is a guard counter fight. At least not with how my stamina currently is. I think I could do stamina regen on the... Stamina regen and stamina quantity on the physic. And that would probably work pretty good. Right now, this build is not cooking, I tell you what. Trying to make it cook. Damn it. Fuck me, dude. "10 seconds, gives the shield tier 4 hardness." Okay, that's actually... Doesn't that do anything else? I thought it also buffed guard boost. Increase to guard boost differs depending on the shield. Okay, by how much? Halves the stamina cost when blocking attacks for medium and small shields, irrespective of the shield's guard boost. Barricade shield does not change the guard boost stat. If it would cost 30 stamina to block an attack, it now costs 15 stamina. Great shields only receive a 30% decrease in stamina cost. All right, is that better than Scholar's shield? Tier 4 hardness is also something. Reduces stamina damage taken while blocking by 35%. Okay. All right, so Scholar's shield is better, but it doesn't give hardness. But also, hardness is not a huge deal. What the even is hardness? It's the stat that determines whether or not weapons bounce. For most bosses, their weapons won't bounce even on the hardest of things. But, like in an NPC fight, their weapon would definitely bounce. All right. Have a good one, Jimothy. Okay. Yeah, I think we spec a little bit more into Stam here. I think I could safely go Turtle Talisman if I wanted to. I think I could also go get Turtle Shell, although I don't think those stack, actually. I think we do something like this. Alright. Let's do this thing. Want to get Scholar Shield soon. Madgrad, thank you for the tier 1 for 50 months. Big one. The big 50. Okay, dude. I don't know about this, man. I don't know about the guard counter idea. I'll be honest. Like, I'm trying, man. I'm trying to take advantage, but it ain't great. Feels kind of crazy that you can't shield, like, block attack the same way that you could block attack with, like, spears. I feel like Great Shield should be able to block and attack at the same time. Deflecting hard tier will change everything, trust. Yeah, you know, this Greatshield run might actually be a little bit longer than I was anticipating. I might need to pick it up tomorrow. Because I got off on some tangents for sure. I do need to eat dinner at some point. Speaking of which, gentlemen, I brewed up I slow cooked some chicken thighs and mustard and honey and butter today, dude. I'm excited to see how they turned out. Nice try, idiot. But yeah, I do... You're probably right. I do probably want to pay a visit to the DLC for this. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to beat the ever-living out of one of them golems with a Greatshield without the ability to take riposts. Slow cooking what? Smoker crockpot? Essentially a crockpot. It was an Instapot, which is... It's a pressure cooker, but I just vented it the whole time, so it didn't actually pressure cook.
The thorns are husk the only way and become my purpose. So I'd like you to the flame then and guide you. Let my share them with me. Your thoughts.
Okay. Beating Moog with just a Greatshield sounds like misery. No, that's not going to be the problem. It's the colossal... Yeah? It's a colossal that's in the DLC that I need to kill for the deflecting hard tier that's going to be the problem. I think it's fair to say for the golems, you can fist them for a post, because otherwise we're going to be here for 2 hours. Does fisting them for a post even do that much damage? That probably does like 100 damage. But also no, like killing the fire golems without taking the riposte is not the hardest thing to do. It'll be faster than killing Elden Beast with a heavy crossbow, I tell you what. All right. Cock sex with the shield. Hell yeah, dude. Bussy is cock rings ass crack bandit. This is quite the lineup of tallies we got going on here. And yeah, dude, maybe deflecting hard tier turns the guard counter build into something. I think I am gonna head to Weeping and get Barricade Shield. I feel like that's reasonable at some point here. However, not gonna be the most useful thing for Fire Giant. Goodbye, BBK. Goodbye. What tier's the one that heals you when you fall below 25%? Don't remember. Couldn't tell you. All right, let's make a quick weeping journey. Quick weeping journey. I think it's called Crimson World Bubble Tier. I think that's the one that makes you not take elemental damage. They look similar. Okay, and then well, actually, I don't want to take this jump across. I want to light the grace that's going to be by Arena, because believe it or not, Arena is yet again getting victimized on this run. I don't think I can actually get to that grace from if I jump across right there. And I need to get to the grace. What? No way. No way they don't let you jump up there. Hello. Okay. Need this grace for later. And now we got a Knight's Cap to go hunt down.
Oh, Mr. Knight's Cav. How are you, Mr. Knight's Cav? All right, let's do it. Come here. Stuck on the tree. Ow. Uh-oh. Ow. Come here. No riposts. No reach on the guard counter either, dude. Okay, dude. You know it's a bad Knight's Cav fight when the horse gets back into it. Okay, there's Barricade Shield. What tier are we looking at with this? I mean, this is worse than Halberd for sure. Definitely better than Heavy Crossbow. But worse than Halberd. Alright, Barricade Shield. Just like that. Barricading my cuzzo. So, I got Barricade Shield on this thing. And like I said, we're gonna be making a trip to the DLC here. So let's start the process of doing that. Gotta go get Big Man's Medal. Have I gone to Caelid? Son of a bitch. Alright, gonna have to kill Radon too. Because I think deflecting hard tier might be the way here. Deflecting hard tier and guard counters. That's what I'm thinking. Axe Talisman is probably not doing a whole ton for us here. Although, granted, I have no clue what would be doing much for us here. Hold on. Gotta go talk to the fingers. Hold on. We already have 9 deaths this run because I'm using the Greatshield. Believe it or not, Greatshields are not amazing. Alright. Vare. This bitch ass is standing over there. Look at that. Stupid.
You claim what My doubt. The
They should be
words of
called
truly, I
OK
believe
shields.
even
True?
that's the po- Oh. Give it to
Okay. You know what we should get? All right, y'all ready? Y'all ready for some truly diabolical tech? Let me show you. Let me show you. We're gonna go pick up the finger severer. You may be asking, Mr. Bushy, I don't know what the heck that is. Yeah. Honestly, not really me either. However, this is a nice little item that we can use to speed up the Magnus quest. Because, truthfully, I don't want to kill Magnus with the Greatshield. It'll be faster if I just invade him 3 times. So I get to invade, finger sever, invade, finger sever, invade, finger sever, and then I'm good to go. Sent 6-7 for 67 jewels. God, you love to see it. Love to see it, gentlemen. Oh, Magnus! Where art thou? You guys think I should do a cold attunement on my shield? How's that sound? It doesn't sound very good, does it? No. It doesn't. I'm just trying to think of ways to turn this build into more of something and less of nothing, you know? It might be deflecting hard tier. That might be the savior we're looking for. All right. So, we get to go here. Okay, and believe it or not, for this quest, you don't actually have to kill Magnus. Not necessary. You just need to invade him at least 3 times, or kill him. So, I invade, and I finger sever. Alright? Then I do this again. I do this 3 times, and then we're good to go. Whoops. Finger severed. Straight severing my finger, know what I'm saying, gentlemen? Alright. So, that's 3. So, instead of struggling to fight Magnus, we just press a couple buttons. And now we've completed that part of the quest. I know, very difficult.
wish to a night luminary. So, now,
Thank you.
for normally this ritual.
Okay, now, Arena is yet again going to suffer the consequences. Tough. Whoops.
You're a nurse. You don't want to cause anyone harm. Please.
Tough. Is today Wednesday? No, today's Thursday, I see. Alright, Axe Talisman really can be replaced. It's just a question of what to replace it with. Maybe Stamina Regen Talisman from the DLC. Two-head turtle. Maybe that's the way here.
This a night. Now, this no.
Gentlemen, earlier today, I've been on my Pokemon Champions arc. I got to the Master Ball tier in doubles, dude. Very impressive. Very impressive, I know.
Never forget, for it is what you have. Oh.
Where's my thing? There it is. Do I need anything else here? I don't think so. I'm just here to kill Moog. Today I learned that Arena counts for that quest. Does it work? Only work if you kill her yourself, or does it work with her already dead? It's a good question. I don't actually know the answer to that. But also, the maiden right after Vike's Church also works, and she's always available, and if you have Renala dead, it doesn't take very long to get to it. So it's never a huge deal. Use the Trick Room team, don't you? I don't. Granted, listen, gentlemen, I'm not gonna lie and pretend to you here. I'm a filthy little net decker, dude. I looked up what the strong teams are, and then I copied one of them. It's not as if I'm brewing this up homebrew, you know? I've played too many card games to know that homebrews are just cope. You know what I'm saying? Need to kill Radon as well. So let's go make our journey over there. But no, it's not a Trick Room team. I use Aerodactyl. Sometimes Mega Evolution. I use Charizard, sometimes with the Y Mega Evolution. Use Incineroar, Garchomp, Sylveon, and King Gambit. So if anything, it's a Tailwind team. But I don't always use Tailwind. Good teams are a great way to learn competitive VGC. Well, listen, gentlemen, a lot of you don't know this context, but I did play Gwent for 5,000 hours. I've played more Gwent in my lifetime than I've played Elden Ring. So I understand that, like, VGC is not exactly a card game, but, like, it's essentially the same thing, dude. I'll be honest with you. It's a card game, except instead of like direct in-game math, you have obscure calculator out-of-game math. But it's the same thing. So I'm well experienced with how you're supposed to go about learning that style of game. And more often than not, people that have a problem with net decking, or in the case of VGC, I don't know what they would call it, net teaming, copying, I don't know. In the case of, oh no! Alright, I deserve that. In the case of VGC, whatever they would call it, people sometimes use that, say net decker or something like that, like a slur, like it's a bad thing, but usually people that are behaving like that just have no idea how to play the game and won't ever figure out how to play the game because they're too busy doing that doesn't make sense. You know? It's you gotta learn the rules before you can break them kind of situation. Alright, well, it seems as if, based off what you guys are saying, it seems as if there's not a stigma around it. But yes, every good hard game, it doesn't surprise me to hear that VGC, all the good teams get copied, because of course they do. I've just seen stigmas in other games where it's like, oh no, you have to come up with it yourself, otherwise it doesn't count. And it's like, God, you are bad. Big B, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Justin Johnson with the super chat. Have you ever done a sword and board run before, like straight sword and medium shield? It's a fun way to play, especially with the deflecting tier. No. That doesn't sound like a very strong way to play, I'll be honest. If you're running deflecting tier, you should probably just be two-handing. Listen, play the game however you want to play it, but that, just candidly, that's not a very well put together build. Calamauer, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. Alright, here we go. Okay, so this is going to be a boss where I don't get a ton of guard counter opportunity. God, the stagger has to be so close. How does that miss? He may have regen poise. Hey, look at that. Got a stagger. Okay. EMPX driver, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Oh, I should probably... Let me go pick these up. I get a level out of this. Okay, and this should be 1 int level, which should let me cast Scholar's Shield. Okay, that's really nice. Cool. Okay, that's fine. Is there a difference between Shield Grease and Scholar's Shield? Don't know. But if I have access to a spell or an Ash of War that does a similar thing, I'm not going to be using grease. Because greases are consumable. You got to go out of your way. I don't want to do that. In order for me to want to use a grease, it has to be, like, the only viable option for what I'm trying to do. So, like, what I did with, Ripple Crescent Halberd. Oh boy, this could be a slog. But the stance damage, listen, when you can get the guard counters to go, the stance damage that comes off of them is quite nice. Yeah, I deserve that. Should have taken the guard counter. Oh boy. Dude. Damn it. Let's reapply Scholar's Shield. Guard counters in phase 2 are going to be less viable. Am I get unlocked? Love to see it. Alright, big dog, come on. Getting the guard counters here is a lot more awkward. Which is fine. It means I don't really need Scholar Shield. Ow. That's a good opportunity for it. Oh, yeah. But also, I kind of need to not take damage. So maybe the Axe Talisman is going to be getting its use in here. Alright. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Alright. No attacking out of neutral. We'll just do this super queen. I was very slightly delayed on going for the charge attack. Need to not just burn a bunch of flasks. Come here. Come here. Nice. That's a nice chunk right there. I was gonna run out of stam if I let that hit me. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, didn't realize it until right now, but Shield Crash does a lot for the weapon class. I know it was good, but it does a pretty hefty carry job. Oh my goodness, dude. This guy's trolling right now. Gotta be close to another stagger here, buddy. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Goodbye, Moog.
The coming of our dynasty. Morgwyn.
Okay. I guess endurance matters. Endurance matters a lot here. Technically, I do get more damage when I level strength, but at this point, it's going to be super minimal. Okay. It's this big guy right here that has deflecting hard tier, right, chat? Do I have that correct? It's this one? All right. Okay, this is going to be an absolute slog, I tell you what. Fists, by the way, still do full 51% damage on crit. Alright, well that's interesting. Should I be allowed to crit with my fists when it's relevant. Obviously, I won't be doing it most of the time. So, like, most weapons will still suffer. Most weapons that can't take crits will still suffer, because I'll be choosing not to most of the time, but it'll make it so that gimmicky fights like this one are less of an issue. I feel like it should be allowed. Lord knows I'm gonna need the fucking help. Look at this shit, man. We're gonna be here so long. Because the staggers on this guy are health gated, chat. They're not based off poise damage at all. It's entirely based off percentage of health. So I'm still probably going to need 2 staggers, but it would change it to 2 staggers probably from like 5 staggers to like 2. I feel like that's fine. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. 113,000 damage on a fist riposte. That's crazy. I imagine, as you guys can see here, though, this isn't exactly the most complicated fight if you know how to abuse torrent iframes. Where's the stagger? I mean, this is crazy. Where's the stagger? It's got to be, like, right here. Oh, that's going to hurt. First time I got hit, though. Hello. Hold on, I'm on the wrong side. Okay. Deflecting hard tier. Very nice. Okay, one other task to accomplish, and that's, twin-headed turtle talisman. And then beyond that, I think we've got what we want out of the DLC. Or at least all I can think of for the moment. Then the question is, do I want stamina quantity or stamina regen in the physic? Probably quantity. Pearl Shield Talisman? That's not Pearl Shield, that's Great Shield Talisman. I feel like Guard Boost might still be a relevant stat for deflecting hard tier. I don't actually know. Flame Grant Me Strength works for all physical and fire damage. This does physical damage. So it does work, I just don't use generic buffs. So, like, pretty much the exact same philosophy behind why I'm not using Shield Crash. If there's items in the game where it's just like, yeah, you use these absolutely regardless of what weapon is actually in your hand, then I don't see the point in using them. It completely bypasses the weapon showcase in favor of the Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength showcase, or the Shield Crash showcase, or the Square Off showcase, you know? That's not the point. The point is a run with the weapon. Wait, what? Why'd I get... What? What was that? That was weird. EMPX driver, I'm not... I think I missed your tier 1, but thank you so much, dude. Okay. All right. Improvement. Okay, physic. Truthfully, the deflecting hard tier is probably not going to be the most useful of things for Fire Giant. And that's all right. Theoretically, I've been told that guard counters are good against Apostle, so I hope Godskin Duo goes good. But also, I should preface this by saying I'm not bringing up the discussion again, and I'm not looking for help or solutions. I'm just telling you guys what I'm thinking. Okay? It does make sense for me to use some of the generic Ashes of War on some of the weapons. But my philosophy with it is more so, like, which one of these weapons works the best, has a actually unique use case with this obviously powerful Ash of War. And then I'll use that one to showcase it. You know? That way, when we get to the tier list at the end, we're like, okay, so here's Palisade, Spiked Palisade Shield with Shield Crash. You know, it's in B tier or C tier, or whatever tier it ends up being in. It's like, all right, so Shield Crash helps us out a lot, which makes this Great Shield outperform the other Great Shields that weren't using Shield. That way, there's like actually coverage, you know? There's actually coverage of what's possible, and it's not just, this is how Great Shields are without Shield Crash, this is how Great Shields are with Shield Crash. It's both, you know? It's not one or the other, it's both. But yeah, I'm doing my best to not homogenize. Because there's a couple of Ashes of War that just full-on carry weapon classes. And it's so that those Ashes of War are so far and away the best available move on the weapon that it doesn't make sense to be doing anything else. And at that point, it's like, all right, like, I don't feel like I'm actually looking at these weapons here. I feel like I'm looking at this Ash of War. Yeah, the spreadsheet at some point should be prettier and should have more information on it. But I'm just keeping track of the stuff that I could think to keep track of right now. Can you explain how the deflecting hard tier works? It gives you the ability to Sekiro parry. When you tap L1 right before an attack hits you, you parry it, you deflect it, it builds up stance damage on them and makes it so that you take very minimal stamina damage while blocking. Okay, Fire Giant. Let's do it. Now, Scholar Shield increases guard boost. Well, not technically, but essentially. It reduces the stamina damage you take when you block. So that was a deflection right there, and I took a lot less stamina damage. I'm not sure if you saw it, but it's not exactly a strat that's going to matter a whole ton on this fight, because this is not a deflecting guard counter kind of fight. You know, I'm using sprinting R1s a lot. I don't know if that's something that I should maybe be trying to build for. Maybe not. I mean, it's mostly a consequence of this fight, right? I was hopeful that I could block that. I can't, in case anybody was worried. What? Okay, dude. Bro's getting stuck on ledges and shit. Having a long fire giant fight is always an experience, man.
He always manages to find some fuck-ass corner for the environment to start being a problem on. Oh, whoops. Let me just get out of there. The ball will explode on its own. Ow. Dude, sprint. Okay. I'm out of there. Come on, big man. Let's keep on plugging away here, Chief. Come on. Opinions on the new starting classes, I think they're not that game-changing. Yeah, I mean, they're obviously not that game-changing. They're starting classes. Starting classes don't really matter in any Souls game.
big man doing? He's trying to show me his butthole. Oh, dude. Oh, boy. Like, brother, oh my god. It's unbelievable how this fight is. It's genuinely gobsmacking. Gray Baby Gray, thank you for the 500 bits. Picked up an extra shift today to pay my monthly Bushy premium tax, as you should. And Legendary Deagle with the Prime as well. Thank you, thank you. Elemental Ape with the Prime as well. Thank you. Thank you. Whoops. Generally speaking, status effect attunements are super overrated. In this specific circumstance, I would say it's a valid choice. But, like, I think that kind of illustrates my belief. Like, this is very favorable for a bleed attunement, and it's around equal in power. So, when it's more even or less favorable for a bleed attunement, you can imagine that it's certainly not going to be equal in power. Status effect attunements are only an honest consideration at like character level 300 plus, or at extremely low damage. Because listen, if you're going to be doing a ton of hits over the course of a fight because you have really low damage, then status effects are more of an idea. But most well-built weapons realistically only have time to get like 1, maybe 2 status effects off. And more often than not, the AR sacrifice just ain't worth it. Hello? Holy, nice butthole, buddy. Dude's being a little goofy goober right now. Come on, big man. No, damage is yellow. How mad can I be, really? AR doesn't mean attack rate, it means attack rating. Attack rate makes it sound as if it's how fast you're hitting things. Which is not what it is, it's how much damage you're doing. It's not DPS, it's how much, it's damage, not DPS. Just the numerator. I just like bread. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Can you explain AR and motion value for someone that has 12 hours in the game and just enjoy watching it? Sure. AR is damage. It's you see where it says attack power in this menu and it says 227 plus 402. That means my AR for this weapon is 227 plus 442. It's just the pre-damage negation damage number. That's all it is. You increase it by increasing your scaling stats and your weapon level and all that. It's just a more specific way to refer to exactly what I'm talking about. Because if I say damage, some people are going to think I'm talking about DPS. Some people are going to think I'm talking about post-negation damage. Some people are it's less specific and more confusing. Okay? Motion values are an entirely hidden, not even like mechanic. It's just like the way that the game functions. Motion values are a multiplier for your status buildup and your damage and just about everything in the game. But just for the sake of example, I'll only use it for damage. So every single move in the game has a damage motion value. Meaning that when you do that animation, it'll take your damage, your AR, and multiply it by the motion value to get how much damage you're putting out into the world and into an enemy. Okay? So that means that light attacks are going to have lower motion values and heavy attacks are going to have higher motion values. Motion values are the reason why heavy attacks do more damage. Because you're operating off of the same AR in the menu, but your heavy attack has a higher damage motion value, which means it has a higher multiplier of that attack to make you do more damage. All right? And then there's also motion values, which are just multipliers for status buildup. For anything else? And there's motion values attached to every single move within the game. Sprinting light attacks, rolling attacks, jumping attacks, jumping L1, sprinting L1. There's different motion values for different things for every single different animation in the game. One hand, two hand, yep. Oh, right. I'm supposed to be doing guard counters. I forgot. Alright, good start. Alright. Well, that's good. That's solid right there. Okay. Alright, I've heard guard counters are very good on skinny. That's what I've heard. And I do have hard tier. Okay. That doesn't get blocked. Gentlemen! Gentlemen, I'm not sure I believe it. I'm not sure I believe it. Jesus. Alright, you come here. I need Skinny to come fucking get his penance. Dude, I don't know. It seems pretty, if you ask me. I mean, I guess we like try to deflect a bunch and then like stagger him. But like getting guard counters in is not really reasonable. Crazy that I still get roll caught, man. Just absolutely diabolical. Okay. Oh my good God, man.
Listen, man, I'm trying. I'm trying to make this guard counter idea work. Can't say I'm not. Okay, dude. I mean, it certainly doesn't help that both of these have decided that they just want to play the turbo layer attack game. Maybe I should put on, like, an actual set of armor. Alright, I still don't even really have enough endurance for it. Doing this 1v1 will probably... Okay, dude. Yeah. Yeah. I should have been locked on. I don't block that? I press the block button and it don't block? Yeah. God, this is annoying. Crazy. Crazy, man. Oh, I maybe... I maybe shouldn't... drink physic. Yeah, this is really not great. Really? All right. The runes don't matter. The runes don't matter. It's less than a level. It doesn't matter. Oh my, dude, I'm begging, please just stop having the same attacks happening at the same time. Okay, yeah, dude. Yeah, man. GG's, you're cooked. You still have the small shields to come. I'm not. Believe it or not, I've done substantially harder things many times. Doesn't mean I'm gonna be all sunshine and rainbows the whole time. Dealing with this absolute... Nonetheless, I will do it. Unbelievable timing on that noble there. All right. Mods, do I have mods here? I really genuinely do not want to crash out today. If there's rage baiters, can we just ban them? I think we genuinely need to take a step in the direction of getting rage baiters out of the chat. Because it's been too much.
What do you want me to do here, Gabe? Seems like Fatty's the one who's easier to guard counter. Well, they're both not bad to use deflecting hard tier on. It's just Skinny will choose to be more passive than Fatty will. Which makes it so that I have to deal with less... What? Oh, I didn't drink the physic. That would explain it. Means I have to deal with less... layering attacks. Although there's still plenty. I'm just gonna let him roll. Getting that spacing right is very tough. I didn't think that was gonna reach me. Dude, the cap fell off my goddamn controller stick again! I'm playing capless here, dude. Alright. What am I doing, man? That was lucky. Alright, that means he never summons. That's great news. That's insane. Okay, alright, there we go. Beautiful. Not easy. Kind of fun way to learn how to fight them, though. Definitely not, like, a potent way to fight them. But it's different. Okay, gentlemen, I need to find my controller cap. Because this keeps falling off, man. Did the whole fight without this thing. See that? See that? Hold on. Hold on. See that? Right there. Doesn't have its thing on, man. Doesn't have its thing on. Gentlemen. Gentlemen. I need to open a Pokemon pack, man. I need something. Know what I'm saying? I need something to make myself feel good. Gentlemen, time to gamble on a children's card game. Incoming 2-cent rare. Top 5 favorite thing. 2-cent rare. Mo Rodom, hell yeah. Gentlemen. Good effort. Good effort. Nice try. Good effort. Nice try. Let's go play. Let's go play my favorite video game of all time, gentlemen. Let's go do it. Let's go do it. Life is good. Life is good. Life has never been better. You know what I'm saying? No, this is a custom controller that, unfortunately, listen, being able to swap thumbsticks is a nice feature, but when they're just friction mounted in there, and then you use the controller, and in the course of using the controller, wear down the hole that you're putting the stick into. I know. Penis joke. I get it. But when you wear that down and it gets looser, then the fucking sticks just start popping out, man. Just a touch of paper glue to increase the maintain. You know what? That's a good idea. I was thinking super glue or bust, but you don't have to do super glue. Could do a glue that's less sticky than super glue. Some strong, small, double-sided Velcro might keep it in without leaving too much residue. I feel like that would add quite a bit of, like, looseness and play to the stick itself. Hot glue can also be a good removable option as it doesn't chemically bind to the plastic. Getting that small of an amount of hot glue seems really hard. Do they make, like, super small, like, hot glue needles? Sorry, hold on. Time to lock in, gentlemen.
Destined death. By wounds having stolen from me again.
Ow. What? Are we... Okay. The hitboxes on this thing, not great. Not great. Dude, there's just like absolutely no fucking chance you're doing me like this. Oh my goodness. Okay. Right. There's just no fucking chance. Okay, yeah, that... Yeah, man. I don't know where to aim with this, dude. It worked once. Hold on, I'm getting too aggro. I forgot I'm using a giant door as a weapon, man. Let me figure it out real quick. Okay, there we go. I need to be further back, maybe. You know, this might just turn back into a charged heavy build, dude. Because I'm trying to make this guard counter work. And these hitboxes are not great. See you later, Malekith.
Why cover destined death? To kill what?
I think this weapon might be F for challenge. It's not challenged here. It's better than the crossbow. But it might be F. For me, it's between F and D right now. Like, listen, in my mind, there's like a pretty normal bell curve in between A tier and F tier. And then there's extra space for outliers in S tier and outliers in challenge run tier. That's what this list looks like in my mind. So the question that I gotta ask for myself is, what's the bottom fifth of a regular bell curve? It's probably like 10% or something, right? Maybe less, maybe like 5%. But the question I gotta ask myself is, how many weapons do I think might be worse than this? And is there enough to fill out all of F tier? Oh, bless me. All right. Yeah, whatever's going on here with Gideon is going to be a experience, man. I tell you what. Scholar's Shield does give us extra magic resist, so I don't know. This could be helpful.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas,
It's a good chunk.
take the throne. Only Marcus and hopes for us that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity.
All right.
cannot become a lord.
Crouch R1s are still pretty all right.
Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
Listen, Gideon probably could have chosen to do some fuck there, and it probably would have screwed me. But, you know, all in all, I think this weapon would actually succeed with a pretty decent rate in that fight. I don't feel as if the bell curve is split into 6 or 7 parts. I think it's split into 5. And then S tier and challenge run tier are just like their own separate things. Because I think challenge run tier, like at the very top and at the very bottom. And maybe S tier fits into the bell curve, but shit at the very bottom, shit in challenge run tier is probably going to be overrepresented. Most, thank you for the jewels. Nice. I did not expect the grab follow-up. I'm not gonna lie. idiot.
Thy strength.
All right. You know what? That fight went pretty well with the help of deflecting hard tier. What I'm wondering is, does it have any pros and cons because it's the Gilded Greatshield and not any other Greatshield? Not really. Oh, I forgot to read. Hold on. Let's have quick lore dump session. I forgot to read the item descriptions for the past couple ones. So, okay, quality Gilded Greatshield. Gentlemen, let's read things. Metal Greatshield coated with gold, carried by knights loyal to Godric. The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erd Tree, the color of homeward yearning. Cool. All right, what else did we do? Heavy crossbow? I don't think I read this one. Heavy crossbow with iron limbs, increasing damage dealt, commonly employed in the shattering. Oh, very nice. Ripple Crescent Halberd. Weapon wielded by young Albinaurix. The blade is said to resemble a partial image of a ripple, and its attack power scales with one's arcane attribute. Who could have seen it? I think I read the first 5, and we're on number 8, and I just read 3. Yeah, so that should... I think I caught myself up. Gentlemen. All right. Let's finish this off, huh? Therasites, thank you for the prime. Hard tier seems to be going pretty hard on Radagon here. Hello. I didn't expect that to knock me over, I'm not gonna lie. Nice. Okay. Now, I won't lie to you. For Elden Beast, the guard counters are not really gonna be a thing. Weird place for him to choose to do that move. Cocksex.
Would have been nice if we got that stagger when he was going for Elden Stars, but that's alright. Alright. Big beast in it. Excuse me. Big man, you're stalling. I need you to stop stalling. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Let's roll credits and talk about this weapon a little bit. Okay, that's 24, 58, 52. $24, 58, 52 with 27 deaths. Oh boy, on the Gilded Greatshield. Okay, let's go find it. Let's go find the Gilded Greatshield. We are looking at you. All right, gentlemen. As has been discussed many times over the course of this run, Great Shields really crutch on shield crash. And when you remove shield crash from the equation, which, speaking of which, I probably should make a note of that. When you remove shield crash from the equation, and try to examine the moveset of the Great Shield itself, it's not incredible.
I don't know how this thing's going to stack up against the other great shields. We'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay? But, you know, great shields as a weapon when you can use shield crash, from my experience, have been pretty good. They've been top 50%. You know, they've been in this range. But without shield crash, when we're trying to look at the weapon specifically, which is what we did with this weapon, it's down in the D and F range. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Towards the end there, the guard counter build really came together. But the issue with the guard counter build is that it doesn't work on everything. It's got some matchups and it's got some good matchups. But the fact that it does have some good matchups is what makes me want to put it in D tier as opposed to F. Now, I do think it's lower than Ripple Crescent Halberd for sure, but yeah, we're putting it D tier. It's not all bad. Heavy Crossbow was all bad. You know? It's not like there was redeeming qualities about Heavy Crossbow. It did better than I thought, but it's not like any of it was ever good. Gilded Greatshield sometimes looked good, but a lot of the times it didn't look great, you know? So for that reason, D tier. That's where I'm putting it. That's how I feel about it. All right, gentlemen? All right. Let's round this out by getting our rune level here. See what our finalized rune level is. It's 262. Okay, we got 9 levels over the course of that run.